morning, everybody. How are my friends today? Hey, Judy. Hey, Marty. Nobody's here. One person is here. Where is everybody today? Everybody bailed on me. Well, fine. I just saw something appalling. I'm going to share it with you. Hey, Judy. Look at this, Judy. This happened in Ohio. You're not going to believe this.
After a lunch monitor confiscated his homemade sandwich. The school district is now defending the decision in court. His mother drove 40 minutes to be here.
Under our district wellness policy, section 4.7, all food consumed on school premises must meet USDA nutritional guidelines.
Hey, Jill.
The student's lunch contained items we could not verify, specifically a homemade sandwich, chips, and a cookie. Our staff followed protocol. We offered the student a compliant cafeteria meal at no charge. The 3-day suspension was issued not for the food itself, but for the student's refusal to surrender the lunchbox when instructed. We have a duty to maintain a safe and consistent nutritional environment for all students.
He's 8. I packed him turkey on whole wheat, an apple, and yes, 1 cookie. He didn't want the cafeteria food. He never does. It makes him sick. I took his lunch. He cried. He wouldn't let go of the box because I told him never to give his things to strangers. Now he has a suspension on record for a sandwich I made at 6 in the morning.
I read section 4.7. It governs purchasing and vending on school grounds. It does not grant staff authority to confiscate food brought from home, and it does not authorize suspension for refusing to surrender personal property. A child's lunchbox is not contraband. The mother packed food. The child carried it legally onto public school grounds. What your monitor did has no policy basis, and what followed has no legal basis. You do not get to starve a child into compliance and call it a wellness program. The suspension is expunged from the record. The district will issue a written correction within 10 days. We're done.
A public school in Ohio suspended.
Are you kidding me? 8-year-old suspended for 3 days because he brought his own lunch to school. That's ridiculous. He had a turkey on whole wheat sandwich. That's a healthy sandwich. And that woman said he brought chips. His mom said he packed an apple. She packed an apple. And they suspended him, not for the lunch, but because he wouldn't give them his lunchbox. They didn't need to be taking the kid's lunchbox. You know, if I had kids, hey, Marty, if I had kids, I would homeschool them. I used to think, you know, you kind of associate homeschooling with religion. And even me as a Christian thought it was kind of ridiculous. I thought that was like over the top to homeschool your kids because school is also about socialization. It's not just book education. It's also socialization education. What? What are you talking about? Um, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway. So, I always thought that was, like, a little over the top. Like, I went to public schools and I was a Christian. They didn't teach the only thing was, like, the theory of evolution, and my science teacher was a Christian, and she was like, "I don't believe this, but I have to teach it to you." Um, that that was really the only thing, but now they teach all kinds of stuff that I wouldn't want my kids to be taught by anybody but me. Um, so if and I told my stepdaughters, I'm like, "If you guys decide to have kids and you don't want them to go to public school, I'll homeschool them for you while you work." You know, but I think they have a niece that I think is going to some private school somewhere. I don't think she's in public school. But yeah, schools are scary right now. Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what is wrong with schools now. It's insane. What kind of creature is it, Marty? Yeah, like now I wasn't anti homeschooling. I just thought it was like overkill. But now I'm absolutely pro homeschooling. It's just that they teach things now that need to be taught by the parents. I remember Jonathan. What is a Jonathan? I remember when I started asking my mom questions about, "Oh, a tortoise." Well, that makes sense. Um, I remember when I started asking my mom questions about female stuff, and I came home from school one day, elementary school. She was sitting, "Hey, Melissa." I came home, she's sitting on the floor, and she's got books all around her. Because this was before the internet when you could just Google stuff, right? you know, Chat GPT. Tell me how to tell my daughter about the birds and the bees. She's got books everywhere. I come in, I'm like, "What are you doing, Mom?" She was looking up because she wanted to tell me the right information in the right way. But no, they teach that stuff in school now. Well, I remember in I think it was the 6th grade when we had the movie, that they showed them, and there was, a permission slip that our parents had to sign for us to see it, and my mom wouldn't sign mine because she said they don't have any business teaching that in school. That's her place to teach me. And now they teach all kinds of stuff that the parents should be teaching, and yeah, I just but and the reason we're talking about this, Melissa, is I just showed a YouTube short. There was, a school in Ohio suspended an 8-year-old for 3 days because he brought his own lunch to school, and they said that it didn't meet their healthy lunch requirements, and then they tried to take his lunchbox away from him, and he wouldn't give it to them. So they suspended him for 3 days, an 8-year-old. And he had a healthy lunch. His mom packed a turkey on wheat and an apple and 1 cookie. They had to go to court over it. Oh my god. I know, right? Yeah, the mom had to go to court because her 8-year-old got suspended for 3 days because he brought his own lunch to school. Mhm. Exactly. I'm so glad I live in Florida. I mean, I don't have kids in school, but and my stepdaughters don't have kids, and they're in their 30s, and right at this point, I hope they don't have kids because I don't wanna have to deal with the school system. I don't. I mean, it was bad enough when they were in school. Like I said, they're in their 30s now, and they were on the tail end of that standardized test where they quit teaching and just started teaching them to pass that test. So they were being taught, and then when they switched over to that standardized test that everybody had to pass, so they caught the tail end of that. Um, so, like, one day we were talking about Area 51. They'd never heard about Area 51. So, things that were what I think were common knowledge, they didn't know. So many things I had to teach them. Like, one day Kristen used, a double negative, and I was like, "No, that's not right. That's not correct grammar," and I taught her about a double negative, and she goes, "Oh, thank you. I've never heard that before." And Kristen's a smart aleck, so I said, are you being sarcastic?" And she goes, "No, I'm serious. I've never heard that before." And I was like, "What? You're a teenager. You've never heard that in school." And she goes, "No, I've never heard that before." I was just like, "Oh my god. What are they teaching them?" Yeah, that's what I just said. If my stepdaughters ever have kids, I'm gonna homeschool them. I told them already. If you ever have kids, I'm homeschooling them because I don't want them in public school. I do not want my kids in public school. Hey, Jen. Yeah, they gave him, a free school lunch, but his mom says he won't eat the school lunches. So, oh, that's cool. Yes, you're late, young lady. Where have you been? Okay, we are back to Deaver. And Deaver has a very, very long testimony. I wonder how much of it is lies. Oh, it's Melissa's fault you're late? Okay. Then I forgive you. Deaver has got a very, very long testimony. Dwayne Deaver worked for the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation as a blood spatter analysis for many years until he was fired in 2011. Deaver testified he had worked 500. This is why he didn't have an updated resume. Remember yesterday Rudolph wanted his updated resume and he didn't have an updated one, and I think this is why, cuz he lied. He didn't want his lies in writing. The one that they had was probably correct. Deaver testified he had worked 500 bloodstain cases, written 200 reports, and testified in 60 cases. In the retrial hearing, SBI Assistant Director Eric Hook stated Deaver had only written 47 reports. Not only that, I looked it up too after I read this. I also Googled. He'd only testified, including this this trial, 4 times. This was the 3rd one, and then he did another one after this. His testimony was deemed inadmissible, and Peterson was granted a retrial. Judge Hudson also ruled he had perjured himself during the trial. So why did he get like a fine or jail time or anything for that perjury? Why don't they prosecute perjury? They act like it's such a big deal if you perjure yourself, and then they don't do anything about it. It also meant if a retrial was to take place, Deaver's evidence could not be used. Today, Deaver works in criminal justice field. He serves as director of operations at ISS facilities in Texas. I Googled that and I still don't understand what it is. It looks like something to do, unless I got the wrong thing, it looked like something to do with human resources, but it's criminal justice related somehow. So I didn't understand it. It took me to the web page because I literally just highlighted ISS facilities in Texas, copied it, and put it in the search engine, and it came back with like the homepage for that. And I couldn't make heads or tails out of it. So I'm not sure what it is. They should. They should prosecute perjury. I don't. It's not the International Space Station, Marty. I don't know. Like, they make such a big deal about perjury. They threaten people with perjury. If you lie under oath, that's perjury. But then they don't ever prosecute it. Why do you threaten them with it and not prosecute it? Like, everybody knows that you're bluffing if you threaten somebody with perjury. They know it's not going to. I mean, look at Amber Heard, for crying out loud. Every word that came out of her mouth was a lie. Oh, and by the way, I cannot find any concrete evidence that Amber Heard is the next Bachelorette. I think that was an April Fool's joke. I hope to God that was an April Fool's joke. Who's going to be a contestant? Nobody wants to be with her. They're going to get the crap beat out of them, and they know it. Who wants to be with her? Really? After everything she's done to her partners, who wants to be with her? Yeah. Everybody. Everybody. Everybody that lies, that perjures themselves. I only saw it on Popcorn Planet. I mean, I believe everything you say, Judy. I do. That's like me and Jill. Jill and I share a brain. Yeah, let's make Laura Owens the next Bachelor. Yes, ISS is the International Space Station, but I don't think that's where Deaver works. Well, yeah. Wait. Yeah, she is. It was in People magazine? Oh, then it's not. Oh. Darn. Darn, darn, darn. I was hoping just because I only saw it on Popcorn Planet that it was an April Fool's joke. That's what I thought too, Melissa. That's what I thought too. Because who is going to want to be a contestant? Seriously. If anybody watched that trial and heard those tapes of the way she treated him, who would want to be a contestant on The Bachelorette and get her? I mean, oh my God. I do. I do. Or one that just says squirrel. Oh. Oh. Oh my God. And you know what? She'll do anything to be relevant again. Anything. And it pisses me off because it's ABC. I mean, yeah, it's ABC, which is owned by Disney. And that's just like another slap in the face to Johnny by Disney. Speaking of squirrels, I keep forgetting to tell you guys about the Lion King thing. Legal Bites did the video about I do not remember the comedian's name because it's an African name. I mean, I'm not being xenophobic or racist or anything. I just can't remember his African name. He's the one that did the joke about, "Oh my God, it's a lion." Yeah. Um, you were right, Marty. That is what it says. But it's not, "Oh my God, it's a lion." It's, "Look, father, there's a lion. There's a lion, father," or something like that along those lines. And um, what the guy that wrote the song is also the guy that performed it. Yes, that is the musical that Elton John wrote some of the music to, but Lebo M is a performer. He also wrote it, and I didn't realize that. Um he says that it means all hail the king, praise to the king or something like that. So where did this happen? Oh my god. Is there a body cam of that? I want to see the body cam. Well, he's not going to win this lawsuit because I can't I should have taken notes when I watched the video. Defamation. It doesn't defame him at all. It doesn't even defame the song because that is literally what it means. Um the one of the other claims was that it's going to harm his relationship with Disney. It's not, because he wrote some of the music for The Lion King, and then when they did the live action Lion King, which it's not live action because it's CGI, but whatever. Call it live action if you want. Then he went on to do the music for the live action Lion King, then Mufasa, which came out after this joke. The guy says he's been doing this joke for like 8 years. So he's been hired by Disney after this joke happened. So it hasn't, but hey, Nancy. So it hasn't done anything to his relationship with Disney. So he hasn't lost any work because of it. So he hasn't lost any money. So those two things, he hasn't been defamed. He hasn't lost any money. He filed it under trademark, not copyright. Trademark is like a logo. Copyright is like lyrics to a song. So he filed it under the wrong thing. He should have said copyright rather than trademark, but he doesn't own the copyright. Disney does. So he doesn't have the right to claim a copyright infringement or whatever because he doesn't have the copyright to the music. Even though he wrote it, he doesn't own the copyright. And then there was another one. I think it was another because there's different kinds of defamation. So it was another kind of defamation, I think. So there's four things in the affidavit that he's suing for. And none of them hold water. So he's not going to win his lawsuit. But he's suing the guy for $27 million just because he said there's a lion. Oh my God. And Lebo M messaged the guy first and tried to get him to stop saying that. I haven't heard that one. I've heard motions in lemonade, a chinchilla of evidence. I haven't heard affidavit yet, though. Why is he Mufasa? Wait, where in Florida was it? Oh, you just said it was in Florida. Where in Florida? Palm Beach County. Was it in Palm Beach County? Palm Beach County's crazy. They're insane there. Oh my God, that's crazy. Amber lamps. Jacksonville. Wow. Okay, so let's get to Deaver. Yeah, Melissa, we still need to make that lunch date that we keep talking about.
That's how I observed it when I saw it.
But you don't know whether it was like that earlier in the day. I mean, at this point, it's late in the evening of the 9th, isn't it?
That's correct. This is late in the evening. I don't know exactly what time, but it would have been some hours after I had begun my work. As when I took that break, and And no, I did not discuss this with anybody else. No one told me that there was blood in the kitchen. This is an observation I made on my break. So I don't know what had transpired in the kitchen prior to that at all.
And obviously that photograph shows that the cabinet door at least is wide open.
Congratulations.
That's correct.
But it wasn't like that when you
It's a
saw
good
it.
feeling, isn't it?
No, it was not.
Okay. Now, with respect to the glasses that you indicate you saw in the bar area of that extended cabinet, how did they appear to you in terms
birthday,
of
Melissa.
their relation to the glasses in the cabinet that you saw?
There were glasses missing out of that cabinet, so they appear to have been out of that cabinet.
Okay. Were there other observations that you made while you were in the kitchen taking your break?
Well, once I looked for that, I looked at the glasses very carefully without touching them to see if I could see blood on the glasses themselves, and I didn't see any. There was a bottle sitting there, and in the sink itself, there was a cooking pot with a strainer in it sitting down in the sink, and I raised the pot up. I had gloves on at the time. I raised the pot up and smelled down in the sink and smelled the odor of alcohol down the sink.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P56 and ask whether you can identify this, please.
Yes, I can.
What is it?
This is a picture, a photograph of the end of the bar with the bar sink, the glasses that I described previously, the bottle that I described, and that pot sitting down in the sink.
Okay. Now, you had indicated that you were looking on the glasses to determine whether you could at least visibly see blood. Did you do that with respect to other articles in that scene?
Well, I looked in the sink itself, I looked at the pot, but I was mainly interested in the glasses because that's what the blood I had seen. I mean, if someone with blood on them had taken out a glass, perhaps they got blood on the glass. So I was mainly interested in the glasses, but I was also interested in perhaps if blood were on that bottle also. But the bottle was hard to, it's being dark, I couldn't really look at it without, very well and see what it looked like.
Did you make some decisions about processing any of these art?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do?
Well, because a lot of times in crime scenes, you make a decision about what the importance of some evidence is. Sometimes one type of evidence may be more important than the other, so you would process it for that first. The evidence that would be important, perhaps, if this glass and this bottle were important, would be fingerprints and blood. Well, fingerprints probably less important because we're dealing with individuals in the house who live there. Their fingerprints are expected to be there. And so blood might be more important. And so I made a decision to do a phenolphthalein test, which is a presumptive test for blood, on that bottle slightly to see if there were any blood on it. If we got a phenolphthalein test, then we would send that on for blood processing.
Right. Did you go through any other processing at the scene or in this kitchen at that point?
No, I did not.
All right. Now, with respect to your particular findings in the stairwell, I think you indicated a few moments ago that you had documented that with notes and with diagrams.
That's correct.
Young man, we approach the bench, please.
Mr. Deputy, we'll need to take a 10-minute break if you will help the jury out. All right, sorry.
Thank you. Now, Agent Deaver, just before the break, I had asked you whether you had taken specific measurements of things that were of interest to you and located certain things within that stairwell. And you had already generally described those things in your prior testimony, but you did take specific measurements and made diagrams of the things that you located. Is that right?
That's correct.
Gentlemen, may I have the witness step down, please?
Yes.
Now let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit M1 and ask whether you can identify that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, this is a model of.
Nancy, we started where we left off. I might have backed it up just a tad, so it might have started just a little bit before where we left off yesterday. But he might have repeated himself, plus yesterday he kept changing things too. This is the guy who ended up getting fired for withholding evidence and lying about evidence and all kinds of stuff. So it's possible that he did say that before. And he has got like 13 videos. So I don't know how many days this guy was on the stand. I've never seen a model like that in any trial. I cannot remember ever seeing a model like that in a trial. If you guys can think of a trial where they've had a model, let me know. But I can't think of one. And it's now, knowing what we know now, all the expense and the time and blood, sweat, and tears that was put into this trial, and now to know what a screw up it was, it's just, I don't even know what to say. It's like, why?
That was made to represent the stairs in the house that we've been speaking about.
Were you involved in at least discussions with the person that actually built the model?
Yes, I was.
Based on your recollection of the scene, does what's marked here as State's Exhibit M1 depict what you saw of that stairwell at 1810 Cedar Street?
Yes, it does.
Would it assist you in describing to the jury aspects of your testimony and explain things that you found and their locations?
Yes, it would.
Now, at this point, we'd move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit M1.
Your Honor, I'm going to object unless we establish whether or not it's scale. I think we need to know that before I can formulate an objection. Otherwise, it may be admissible for one purpose and not another.
Mr. Agent Deaver, are you aware of the relationship or scale of this model as it's marked as State's Exhibit M1 to the location at 1810 Cedar Street?
Yes, I am.
And if you would please relate to the jury what that scale or relationship is.
Well, this model has been computer derived, and just to make it simple, each point, the stairs were made into a drawing, and each point of this was given, or each inch was given a point in the computer. Then a 12-inch doll was used to represent the victim, and so 12 inches equals 62 inches. In other words, 12 inches of this model equals 62 inches normal size. That's the scale. 12 inches equals 62. That's a little bit strange, but it was done on computer. What happened is the drawing was made full scale, and then the computer reduced it to that scale, 12 inches equals 62. So maybe that explains.
And what's the significance of 62 inches?
62 inches being the height of the victim, 5 feet 2 inches.
All right. At this point, we would then move into evidence which marked the state's exhibit M1 for illustrative.
Yeah, but that was in the trial was in 2003. So it would have been cheaper back then. But still, you're right. Why did they even need to mount them on poster board? Like I said, were they afraid that the jurors were going to be like toddlers and mess them up? Bye, Jen. Happy Easter. Happy Good Friday. Love ya. See you later. Like, I don't understand the reason why they needed to put them all on thick poster board. Unless they just thought it looked more professional. I don't know.
Purposes.
So,
Now, Agent Beaver, you already described aspects of the scene and things that you located. Did you categorize the things that you located so that you could then retrieve them and analyze them on a later date?
Yes, what I did was I took maybe certain areas of the crime scene and divided it into areas A, B, C, and D, just for the purpose of organization, so that I could write a paragraph called Paragraph A. I could number my pictures A, and so everything A really describes an area of bloodstains.
All right. I'm going to show you a series of pictures, and these will be marked as State's Exhibit P134, P135, P230, and P231. And ask whether you can identify these, please.
Yes, I can. This represents this is outside the stairwell and represents the header. If I might, this piece of plexiglass would be this header, and this is the wall, which I would call the west wall, a west wall across from here. In other words, if I were to hold this picture up like this, that would be that wall across from the opening of the stairwell, and this would depict this header and this wall.
All right, now with respect to what you have categorized as Group A, if you would please take the various photographs, describe to the jury exactly what it is, and then point it out on what is marked State's Exhibit M1.
Okay. Paragraph A in my report is a report of 5 blood drops that were found in the area of this header board and this wall, and 2 of the drops were on this header in basically this area, and then 3 drops proceeded down this wall. 2 drops on the header, and then 3 drops along this wall here.
How high were the drops in the header?
The 2 drops were very close together, and they were 114 inches from the floor to where those drops were.
All right, now that generally describes the overall.
That's a general overview of that. Yes.
Do you have close-up photographs of that?
Yes, I do. This is a picture of the header itself, and the 2 drops that are in question are difficult to see, but they are right here on this picture. And this is quite a ways off of the floor, so.
And this is obviously outside of the stairwell.
This is outside of the stairwell. If you were looking at this picture, the stairwell would be over here, the opening would be over here. And those drops are right here. And that's describing 2 drops again right here on this header. this is a picture of that wall, which is across.
Is that what the poster board is for? So they can stick it to that thing, that board? Maybe that's why they needed to put it on poster board. But what is a header? What is he calling a header? Is that a part of a stair? I don't know what a header is. But maybe now we've solved the reason for the poster board.
Across from this doorway, and this is one of the drops coming down, okay? Now you'll notice that there's directionality to that drop. It has a little tail. And so again, if we were to look at that drop, we would say that
I think puppet camera theater is for the documentary. Because, like, for instance, when Brent was on the stand and he was talking about his clients, he said lawyers and a judge, you could see Frida Black laughing. But that's not the angle that we got from Court TV. Oh, that's what a header is? Oh, okay. So there was a blood drop at ceiling level? So that would be cast off. Okay, and so I think the cameraman in the box is one of the cameramen for the documentary.
it came from somewhere above. In other words, it's dropping down, okay? So it was up here and it comes down and hits that wall, coming down, not going up, coming down with that drop on that wall. And this is another drop of that pattern on that wall. That's next to a door. There was also a door across from here, okay?
And just so the record's clear, the last photograph that you were using was marked as State's Exhibit P30. The one prior to that was P135, and what you're now showing the jury is
131.
P231.
I'm sorry, 231. Okay. Again, you have a drop, and it's a little further over on this wall and further down. And it has directionality also. It has a tail on it, which is the same. It's coming down onto that wall. It's coming down. Now, actually, all 5 drops had directionality. And these 2 drops and these 3 drops were all coming down. In other words, they had been higher than when they hit the wall. So they're coming down onto these surfaces, and very easy to tell. As you can see, fairly large drop.
Now, with respect to category B, what area was indicated in that group of photographs?
Okay. Area A was this header and this wall. Area B is this area right outside of the opening, the door opening to the stairwell itself.
Show you that. And I'll show you what are marked as State's Exhibit P27, P30, and P26. Do you recognize each of these?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
These are photographs that were given to me by Ms. Powell upon arriving at the crime scene.
Okay. If you would please take what's marked as State's Exhibit P27 and describe to the jury exactly what you see there and where it's located.
Okay, this is the opening. This is the opening to the stairwell itself. This is the body of the victim. What I'm describing in paragraph B are the stains that are found along what I call the bottom landing. Okay, I didn't number that. I just called it the bottom landing in my work. This is also a photograph that I had used to look or make comparisons with the stairwell itself to determine if there was artifacts, if people had.
Dude, this is science. You need to be consistent. Number or letter or whatever. If you're going to do it once, you need to keep doing it through the whole process. Good Lord.
Other stains in there. Okay, and so the stains that I'm describing in this paragraph are here actually on this landing itself. But I also describe some stains from the photograph on the victim's feet for this paragraph.
And I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P30 and ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, again, this is a picture of lower. In other words, the actual landing is up a little bit higher, and there's some stains on these steps also.
Are you able to discern what any of those stains are?
No, I was unable to say anything about the stains in that on these steps.
And I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P26.
Okay, and this is a photograph from the other direction. And the reason for this is to show the other side of this landing and the stains that I describe in this paragraph. And the other thing, too, is to show the feet of the victim, which was important as far as my understanding of the scene itself. Feet of the victim. The stains are on this landing. Again, this is the area right outside. This is an opening to the stairwell.
Now, did you have an area C designated in your analysis of the scene, locations of things?
Yes, I did.
And I'll show you what's marked in State's Exhibit P43.
Excuse me, could you repeat that?
P43. And ask whether you can identify that.
Okay. This is an area that I call a door trim or door molding. Okay, and it would, on this model, it would be this piece right here. And so this is a picture from the perspective of that door molding. Okay, and what I describe in my paragraph or my view of this is transfer stains. In other words, something with blood that was on it came in contact with this piece of door molding. There's stains on the door molding, and I went in and took a look at those stains. Okay, there's actually also on the light switch itself, there is a transfer stain on the light switch. What I mean by that is something with blood on it touched that light switch, leaving a transfer or leaving a stain on that. There's also something that I described in here as hair transfer. Hair transfer would be where blood has been in hair and hair leaves a mark in blood on a surface. Okay, that's a very distinguishable feature and something that you see routinely in crime scenes, and something that I did see in this area. And actually, the description of that, of those stains, All of these stains are to a height of 46 inches. In other words, from the floor up 46 inches, these stains go.
You'd indicated that you see hair transfer in that photograph.
Yes, I do.
Did you actually find hair in that photograph that you recall?
No, I did not.
With respect to human tissue of any type?
No, I did not.
Did you see any there?
No, I did not.
Is that something you would look for?
Well, it's not something that I would necessarily look for my type of work, but it would be noted by me. Generally, a lot of times I did see what I consider to be tissue in this scene, not on this object itself, or not on this door jamb itself. I also saw transfers that looked finger-like to me, and they would be the width of what a normal finger would be, and would be very distinctive. I saw those and hair, and then general transfers like something maybe rubbing against it or touching it or whatever on that door mold.
Excuse me. And I'll share what's marked as Exhibit 8 and ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, I can. This again is a photograph of this door area, with this being the door molding that I just described, and this being the door molding that I'm about to describe, just for orientation purposes. And you'll note that the blood stains on these are very similar on each of them, and I found very similar transfer stains on each of them, on both of those door jambs. Or door molding. This also is a picture of the light switch, and again, there's two light switches, actually one on each side of this opening, and the blood that I found was on this light switch to the left. In other words, if you were standing in front of the stairs, it'd be on the light switch right here to the left. And I found nothing on the light switch to the right.
All right. Now, did you designate an area of the scene as Area D?
I did.
Let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit P50 and ask whether you can identify that, please.
Yes, I can. This is a picture of what I call the South. I don't think I said before, I call this the North molding. North is in this direction. This is the north wall. This would be the west wall. This would be the east wall. And so I'm calling this the north molding and this the south molding. And this is a picture of the south molding. Or if you were standing in front of that door opening, it would be the right side. Now, again, I found, this is a close-up of that area. I found transfer stains, and you can see that blood's been on some object and has touched this area. There was a space here where there was a space on the outside here where these stains began. That was 26 inches up from the floor, and then these stains began. And they went to a height of 36 inches or so up the wall. So you basically have 10 inches where you see this here. Then another one started 35 inches from the floor and went up to 39.5 inches. So you have it stopping and then you have it starting again. But this one is starting on the inside here. You see that from the distances they would overlap, but they actually do not. You have one on the outside, you have one on the inside a little bit. And this would be the outside one that I just described, from 26 to about 36 inches up.
And just to give that a little perspective, does P28 help you with that?
Yes, that gives the perspective. I'm describing here what's on the front face of this door molding at first. The 26 to 36 inches is on the front of that. And then on the inside, there's the other one, 35 to 39.25 inches, or whatever I said in there, about 4 more inches.
And I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P105. And at the same time, what's marked as State's Exhibit P102.
Yes, these are again photographs of this molding, but now we're taking a photograph from inside the stairwell, and we're looking at this face of it. And there are stains at the floor level, okay? And you can see that there's transfer stains. This is actually hair transfer, where hair with blood on it came in contact low at the base of the stairs here. And there are also, if you'll notice here, that's what I've been talking about, finger transfers. You can see very distinctly 3 marks there on the wall that were made when apparently fingers with blood on them came in contact with that wall. Okay. I might point out that is very close to the base or to the end of the handrail, which proceeds up this wall along this side. These are the finger-like transfer stains along that molding on the inside. And these are the hair transfers at the base, at the bottom of it. This is a close-up of the same thing, and very distinctive looking when it hair. It leaves little bitty spots as the hair pulls through it. Very distinctive.
Why does it do that? Do you know?
Well, the hair is fine anyway, and the blood, will beat up on it. Also, the natural oils that are in hair will cause it to beat up. And then when it comes in contact with the surface, those little beads just pull off as part of the transfer. Very distinctive. And this would indicate that hair has been, bloody hair has been in very close, in contact with this wall, but very close to the floor here.
Did you designate an area of this scene as E?
Yes, I did.
Let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit P89 and ask whether you can identify that.
This is a photograph looking down the stairwell toward what I call the north wall. In other words, you would be looking north to take this photograph. You would be up here on one of these steps, taking the photograph of this wall. Now, if I might just to go back, we've discussed this wall. We've discussed the blood on this area, the blood in this area of the door, and this area, and now we're moving inside the stairwell itself to describe what is on this next wall. And that's an overall photograph looking down at what the overall blood stains look like on that wall.
Let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit P45 and ask whether you can identify that, please.
Yes, I can.
What is that?
That's a close-up of the north wall. Now, my description of this wall is that this is a wall over what I numbered step 18, step 17, in this area. And then I, in the next description, included blood spatters over step 16 here also. This is a close-up of that wall, looking at the stains on that wall again. Now, as we begin to look at this wall, the first thing that I describe here on this wall are that there are blood spatters. Okay, what I mean by that, there are impact spatters on this wall. Okay, there are smears on this wall. In other words, something with blood on it created a transfer that was then moved or smeared. There are transfers. Something with blood on it came in contact with this wall. And then there are drips in blood. There are some drips that are in this area also. You can see where gravity has actually been the force that has pulled the blood down the wall. Again, there are impact spatters in this wall, and we'll describe those a little bit more in depth. You have an area here where there are transfer stains and smear stains. In this area, a large portion of this wall has that on it. And then, again, the drips that are coming down the wall here in this area.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P77. May I ask whether you can identify that, please?
Okay. This again is a straight-on photograph of this, but this more details the things that I'm trying to describe here. Okay, you can see this pattern where the smears and transfers have taken place. You can begin to see in this close-up photograph the smallness of some of the drops, especially in comparison to some of the other drops. You can also see a characteristic fan shape that we described with impact spatter, that when there's a object that's been impacted close by, that it creates that fan shape. You also begin to see here, as you look closer, that there is directionality to it. Remember the little tails? You begin to start looking and you can see that there is some directionality here. That's how I do these analysis, these examinations. I start focusing in on the drops now. We've been looking at some things from further out, and then we start focusing in. Also, I might want to point out that there is a clean area of the wall here. There is no blood spatter in that clean area of the wall. And that's something to take note of when you're doing an examination, why there would be an area with no clean, because you see blood spatter on the sides of it all the way around. And blood will go where blood can go, okay? So you would expect that there would be blood there. Okay, the other thing that I want to note is these are very small droplets. You can see there are some larger drops in this pattern. These drops went to a height of 70 inches in this stairwell. Now, I just made a description that this pattern covers from this wall all the way across to this corner. Also, from step 18 to the highest drop in this pattern was 70 inches. That's just a general description that you would make of a pattern. How high does it go? Okay. Now, the heaviest part, even though I have described the highest drops, the heaviest part of this pattern is along in here. Okay. That would be roughly 36 inches or 3 feet up the wall is where the heavy part of this pattern goes.
But you say the pattern went all the way up to 70 inches?
Yes.
Objection. I think the answer was that a drop went up that high, not that the pattern went up that high. Object to the characterization.
Okay. The question. Okay. A drop went up that high. Those drops were part of this pattern. So that pattern went up this high. Okay. But the heaviest part of the pattern would be in the area of about 36 inches up off the floor.
I'll show what's marked as State Exhibit P120 and P121. Do you recognize them?
Yes, I do. These are photographs with rules in them so that we can see, make a determination as to the size of the droplets, and also we can determine somewhat some of the size of the other things that are in this pattern. This actually is the north wall where that unstained portion is, where there's no blood spatter in it. I would point out to you now, as you look with these rules in here, that you begin to see very carefully that there's some directionality in that. Okay, we can determine that the blood is coming up. As you can see, the tails are above the drop. The blood is striking the wall, going up. Okay, and so this pattern is coming up from this corner somewhere, going up in this direction. See, so it's a very simple thing to start determining, where the blood is generally coming from when you do that. Also, you get an idea of the size of this that's opening. We're roughly in the area of something like 10 inches, I guess, is this unstained portion of the pattern. And again, I would show on this end that you're beginning to see very closely the fan pattern as it's coming up. It's creating that fan that I was talking about before, which gives me an indication that it's an impact spatter. Also, the drops are very small in here. You can see that there are some big drops, but if you look carefully, the drops are very small. Now that's an indication of force. We are applying force to make the blood smaller and smaller. Okay. Here's that opening, or the area of unstained wall here. You see there's no spatter in that area.
Do the small stains also give you some indication of generally a distance?
Well, as far as distance is concerned, I guess I'd have to ask you what distance you're referring to.
Well, in the context of larger drops carry further, smaller drops don't go as far because they can't.
Well, yes. As you notice, there's very small drops through this area, and the bigger drops are coming out up here at the end of the pattern. So that does give you an indication that probably you're looking at a point of origin somewhere down here, closer to the corner. The bigger drops are coming out in the pattern farther up. I could probably show that even better from here. Okay. See the very small drops down here in the corner? Now you're looking at bigger drops out here on this edge. Okay. But if you look carefully at the directionality of the drops too, they're all consistent with what would be maybe in a pattern produced very close to the same point. In other words, these may be related, because they're all got directionality coming down in this corner. And again, I would see the very small drops in this corner, and as you go outside the pattern, you see the larger drops. That's because these drops have more mass. They can fly farther. These small drops are coming in contact with the target first, the target being the wall. And also the directionality again. You can look again, way out here even there's directionality coming along the same basic way that these small drops are coming.
And I'd shown you this, which marks State Exhibit 121.
If I might orient this picture to this picture, see that drop right there? Okay, that's right here. Okay, what we are is we're at the edge of that unstained portion of the wall. We have put the rule in here again, and this is just to show you out here, if I might orient on the wall, we're looking in this area of the wall. Okay, we took a picture of this area, that's the unstained portion. Now we're over here in this area of the wall. And we want to look again at directionality. You can see very clearly directionality. You can see that that there's still very small droplets in there. If you look at your rule, in comparison there, very small droplets still, if you look deeply into that pattern. A lot of times we want to just look at some of the bigger drops, but there's small drops throughout that pattern. And that indicates, again, force. has been applied to the blood to break it up, to make it into small parts. When I'm doing my analysis, this is what I'm looking for. Small droplets indicating force to me. I'm looking for these fan patterns to indicate to me that an impact spatter has occurred. And this is generally, okay, we're looking at these things.
We have to number that.
Excuse me. 121. And I'll show you P123. I think you recognize that.
Okay, yes, I do.
All right. And you've talked about aspects of that already in some of these other photographs.
Yes, I have. Very quickly, this is that drop again, so you can orient yourself, which is here and also here. And what we've done is taken a picture basically over here. If you orient them like this, and then up here like this. You've got a higher piece of that pattern. Okay, and this is again to show you way out here in this corner, up in this portion of the wall, what do those blood drops look like there? And you still see that they're quite small, okay? But they're getting bigger, which indicates that they're flying further away from the point of origin, okay? Just very briefly. And still, you can see very clearly your directionality and the blood's going up, okay? Going up here. Very simple determinations to make.
And I'll show you P122 and ask whether you can identify this.
Okay. Here is a portion of this transfer stain that was smeared or smear stain, and you're looking at the bottom of that portion right here, okay? Now, on this model, this would be over here in this corner, okay? You're over to the right side of that big smear, this big transfer smear stain right here. So we're looking at this area of the blood stain. We have our rules in here again so that you can look and see how big the drops are. Now, if you look very carefully in this pattern, very small drops, indicating force, okay? Indicating heavy force. Very small drops through here. See those? There are some larger drops on there, and you find those on impact spatters. That's not unusual, but we are looking at the majority of the pattern, which down under there, the majority of the number of drops are very small drops. And again, you can see some directionality in here, but you also see something else, that there's a lot of drops that are perfectly round. What that means is that the point of origin was perpendicular to this wall. Okay? Remember my dropping, when you drop a drop of blood, if you're perfectly still over that place, it makes a round drop. Well, impact is the same way. You impact something, if it's perfectly perpendicular to that wall, it will produce perfectly round drops, and many of these in this area are perfectly round. Now I'm beginning to determine in general terms where a point of origin for this stain is. I have looked at the size of drops. I have looked at the distribution, which I mean, how are drops distributed? Fan shape, in a line, okay? And, excuse me, didn't mean to hold it upside down. Okay, and you see, here's the 90 degree drops here in this corner, okay? And you can see your directionality outside of that, okay? That's beginning to give me a general idea. If I find 90 degree drops, I'm gonna go right there because I can start saying where my point of origin is without having to do a whole lot of other work immediately. And that becomes part of my process of working, okay? And I can go and do that.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P124 and ask whether you can identify that, please.
Okay. Yes, this is a photograph with a rule in it up in this corner, okay? It is right here next to this north trim or left side trim is what I'm calling it. So this is way out here. This is in this area right here. And again, the purpose for that is to show you that this pattern is still got a point of origin somewhere down here, and the blood is going this way. Very easy to determine. You see those tails? They're lining up in this pattern. Blood's going up this way. Okay, this would be the corner down here that we've been discussing. That corner here. And we talk about the directionality is going out of this corner, okay? And this is the pattern way up here at the top and at the end on this side. You can see the drops are starting to get bigger, and some of the drops are starting to fall off, okay? They've actually reached the end of their path, and they're starting to fall now some. And again, that would be up here. Still pretty small though. As you look at the rule, they're still pretty small, which indicates force. There are some bigger drops in here.
And finally, with respect to this area, I'll show you what's marked the State's Exhibit P for 136.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
136. And ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, I can. This is actually this wall in here, which I call the east wall, and this is the corner with the north wall. In other words, this portion of the photograph right here is this corner right here. Okay. Now we are looking at a pattern on another wall. Okay, and we have directionality, which is coming up. Instead of this wall's coming off here, we have directionality coming up. Okay, but you can see it. You also still see that the drops are small, indicating force. There's something else in this pattern that's very interesting, and that's this line right here, okay? There's a line in there. You'll notice that this line has round drops in it. Now, the drops have, as they dried, they ran down to the bottom a little bit, okay, or the dark red part ran a little bit, but the drop is still round, which means that it hit at 90 degrees to the surface. Also, down in here, a lot of these drops around where that line is perfectly round. Now I've got two places in this area that I can very quickly go to and say there's a point of origin. How can I do that? My perfectly round drops. I had some right here in this corner, and I had some right here in this corner. That means that a point of origin is somewhere right in here, generally. Very quickly, I was able to determine that because
Sorry. That's her cause of death. Blood loss is her cause of death. But that's not what the ME put on the death certificate. She put blunt force trauma. I guess at the insistence of the cops. Which is what they tried to do in Karen Reed's case. But that ME held her ground. Which is a good thing. But her real cause of death is blood loss.
Of those perfectly round drops. I'm not through with that though. There's more work to be done to determine exactly where that is. But that's one of the things that a blood spatter pattern analyst is going to do when he goes into a scene and he starts to determine, especially looking at walls and even floors also, when you have those perfectly round drops, let's go to them. Because they're going to give you that perpendicular source to that target, whether it's the wall or whatever. Now, again, you'll see you can see though that there's
and ruin a man's life.
There's directionality to it coming up. I don't think I showed it over here. There's directionality coming more up on this wall than across on the north wall. This again is the east wall.
let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P125S to designate an area F that you were concerned about and analyzed.
Yes. Yes, that area F was the east wall, okay? And
let me show you what's marked as State Exhibit P125 and ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, I can.
And exactly what.
Did Becky Hill get charged with perjury? I know she got charged with something because she lied in that hearing, remember? What did she get? She pled guilty, though, right? Jury tampering. But remember the hearing that they had, though, she lied. She just out and out lied. So she should have been charged with perjury. Oh. She did plead guilty to perjury? Good. Because she just out and out lied. You don't. You don't. Unless you have a compound fracture and the bone goes through your skin, that's when you bleed from a fall. That's what I said. Like, unless she hit that chairlift thing, because it was metal, you don't. So I don't know how she bled from a fall down the stairs. You'd have to hit something that cut you to make you bleed that much. Or you already had an injury that reopened from the fall.
This is an area of the east wall higher than this area. Also, to give you a reference point in here, this is the corner of this lift.
She would have had to hit something that cut her. Blunt force trauma is blunt. Really. Her only injuries, though, were to the back of her head. Go, Karen Reed. She needs to. Man, I wish we could watch that trial. 20 stitches. If she hit the back of her head hard enough against the stair, I guess. But I don't think so. 'Cause of the injuries on the back of her head, you're not gonna. That looks like a lot more stairs in that diagram or model than it looks like the actual stairway. I'm sure it's the same amount. It just looks, maybe because it's a model, it looks like there's more stairs. But she would have had to hit the back of her head more than once to get that many lacerations to the back of her head. So I don't know.
Here, okay? We're looking at the corner of this is in the edge of this photograph. We have the rules in here, the rules helping us determine what the size of the drops are, and also we can look and start seeing that there's directionality again. The directionality is up. Directionality is not across here, but it's almost straight up, as you can see. Little tails, the blood is striking and going up.
I have a friend, a stupid friend. I haven't seen him since my dad died. He was a pallbearer at my dad's funeral. He's the one that I told y'all when my dad got promoted and moved up here. He was one of my dad's troopers, and he he got transferred up here because he still wanted my dad to be his boss. He was fishing by himself, and boats have this kill switch thing that you wear around your arm or your ankle or whatever. So if you fall out of your boat, it pulls the kill switch and it shuts the boat off. Well, he wasn't using the kill switch. He fell out of the boat, and the boat kept it I guess the way the wheel was turned or whatever, it was doing circles around him. And he tried to get back in the boat, and the propeller cut his leg, and it was just centimeters from his femoral artery. I forgot how many staples he ended up with in his leg, but he could have died. And he says it's a wonder that it didn't draw sharks. And we're like, Virgil, use your kill switch next time. What were you thinking? But yeah, that's scary. That is really, really scary. Oh. See, now that's that needs to be investigated by OSHA. What my friend did was just stupidity. That is a OSHA violation is what that is. Dang. Yeah, your arteries are in protected places, but there are ways they can still be very easily cut. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Because that is definitely an OSHA violation. Dang. Oh my God. That's terrifying too, Jill. Yikes. I am scared to death of getting in an accident. Not the last time. Time before last, I went to Disney. The stupid GPS thing popped up with cops in the area. Are they still there? And I went to click on no, and I noticed that I had drifted a little bit into the other lane, and there was a car there. So I turned back, and they're widening the turnpike, which is going to be great when it's done. Part of it's already finished, and it's like 4 or 5 lanes. It's great. I love it. But when there's these little patches, even in the area where it's done, that it's rough. Like I don't know why it's not smoothed out. But I hit one and I actually lost control of the car and it went over like 2 lanes all by itself. It was fast. If there'd been other cars, I would have crashed. It scared me so bad. And I forgot to tell Travis that it happened. And so then when I finally told him, he was like, "You need new springs in your car." So he bought springs for it and they gave him the wrong ones. So then he just returned those and got me new shocks. So now I have new shocks on my car. And now he's going to go buy the right springs for the car and put new springs on the car. He goes, "Now you don't have any excuses. You've got we fixed the headlights. You got new tires. Now you're going to have new shocks and new springs. You have no more excuses for why you do these things." I'm like, "Okay." "Your car is perfectly safe now." I'm like, "All right." Well, I still don't know if he did it or not. So, like, I don't know. He could have pushed her down the stairs. Maybe she did fall down the stairs. Maybe she did hit her head on the stairs. Maybe it did cut her head. Who knows? Hey, Dave. Happy Easter. I mean, I just know that this trial was screwed up. There were more lies. It wasn't just Deaver that lied. Wow. Yeah, they should have been fined. He could have died. And it would have been their fault. They should have been fined. They should have been fined. So we don't know. We don't know if she actually even fell down the stairs. Because I think there was no blood near the top. I think if she had fallen and hit her head against the stairs that many times to make that many lacerations, there would have been some blood and hair on the steps up higher. I don't think the lacerations match up to a fall down the stairs. I think there would have been more blood and hair up top. So I don't know. I don't I don't know if that's how it happened or not. But I'm also not sure. I don't think he did it with a blow poke. Yeah, I don't think falling downstairs, like I said, unless you break an arm or a leg and it goes through the skin, I don't, or you already have an injury that it reopens, I don't think you're going to bleed. Yeah, I'd break something too, but that's just cuz I mean, I've got arthritis and crappy bones and actually I've never broken a bone. I cracked my pinky once. I cracked it. And when they did my bone marrow biopsy when I had cancer, um my oncologist had a heck of a time getting the needle through my pelvis to get at the bone marrow. She told me I had really strong bones. I just am riddled with arthritis, but I still think I would probably break something if I fell downstairs. But yeah, I think we would have seen I think they would have seen something higher up if she had hit her back of her head on that many stairs to make that many lacerations. No, she didn't have any broken bones. I don't I don't remember them saying anything about any broken bones. She had some bruises. She had a cut like here under her right eye. Yeah, they said that "Oh, were you here when I talked about the blowpoke yesterday?" They said that he beat her with a blowpoke, but Eric Campen and Dan George, who were two of the cops that we've already heard testify and didn't say anything about the blowpoke, they actually found the blowpoke the night she died and they took it outside. I'm assuming it was with the fireplace tools. They didn't say where they found it, but they took it outside for some reason and photographed it. And then they put it back in the garage where it was found a year later. Why are those pictures not in evidence? Why did they not say anything about a blowpoke on the stand? Why is Hardin showing another blowpoke to people and asking, could the injuries have been made with an object like this? When the night she died, they found the blowpoke that the Petersons owned. That makes no sense. If that was the murder weapon, if it had her blood on it, they would have seized it as evidence. That makes sense too. Hey, Carla. Yay, I'm glad you're feeling better. Yeah. I think he might have hit her with something. But it wasn't a blowpoke. I don't know what he hit her with. Yeah, pretty much. And I'm also, if I get down on the floor, I have a hard time getting up because I can't I have trouble putting pressure on any joints now because all my joints have so much arthritis in it that I have trouble. Like my knees, like if I'm on the floor, then you got to get on your knees. And then I usually have to crawl to something, furniture to like leverage to pull myself up. And yeah, if I get down, it takes me forever to get back up. Set bruises? Yeah, Marty's here. The pokey iron straw thingies, yeah. Okay, Carla. Yeah, that's why. Oh, yeah. When you I do that every time I fall now. It's it's like, "Oh crap, I'm gonna fall and I can't stop myself." It's so weird. It's and then if you have pets and you trip over one of them, that's also weird because it's like I'm falling and I can't stop myself and I have to not fall on the animal that I just tripped over. I and this is from the fibromyalgia. I lose my balance easily. I can just I don't know. I can't even tell you what makes me lose my balance. I can stand up and take one step and then just get off kilter and have to grab furniture or something. Yeah. Yeah. I do that too. Jill and I have different chronic illnesses, but our our symptoms overlap a lot. So, yeah, I do that too. Um I tripped over something the other day and went flying But I was in an area where it was like, if it'd been an open area, I would have fallen, but it was a smaller area, so I didn't have far to go, and I was able to catch myself against the other wall. Yep. Me too. Well, she must have, if she was hit from the back, she must have turned around at some point, because then she ended up on her butt. See, that's what I was saying about the owl theory. If the owl had attacked her and she made it inside, but then fell because of blood loss, that doesn't make sense. Because she would have landed face down. Unless she was still alive and then flipped herself over and then she dragged herself to the sitting position against the wall. But they said the bottom of her feet was bloody because maybe she was trying to stand up. So maybe that is what happened. Maybe an owl got her and then she fell because of blood loss, and then she kept trying to get up, but she finally got herself in a sitting position against the wall and then she died. Or he hit her in the back of the head with something that caused the lacerations, and she turned around and fell in that position and was trying to get up, and her feet got all bloody. But she had to be standing when the first blow happened because she had blood all over the back of her pants. If she was sitting, she wouldn't have the blood on the butt area. There would have been a void there. I don't know. We're never going to know.
Okay, now there's something else too. There's perfectly round drops in here, which means that somewhere out here in front of this is a source, okay? Again, very, very simple thing to do. Directionality, the size of the drops is quite small, indicating force. Okay, and we're looking a little bit higher on this east wall over here.
Now, did you designate an area G in your analysis?
Yes, I did.
Can you generally orient the jury to where that would be located on the wall here?
Oh, okay. The area that's G is basically step 16 in this corner, okay? And along the front of that and in this area, I have made descriptions of the bloodstains that are found in area G. Smears could be found on the corner of that step, okay, which is right here. Okay. What I mean by that is there's a transfer that's kind of, well, smeared. Okay. In other words, something with blood came in contact with the corner of that step, and it smeared a stain on the corner of that step. Okay, there were smears in blood seen along step 17. What I mean, this is step 17 below step 16, and those smears in blood are found along the wall and along this area with step 16, okay? Also was noted that there was no blood on the top of step 17, besides those smears that I just described. This step, step 17, is almost completely clean.
I want to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P78 and ask whether you can identify that, please.
Yes, I can. This is step number 16, and this is the corner of step 16. This white thing is the rail, the rail that this chair rides on. There it is right there, okay? If we were looking at this overall photograph, you'd be looking at this step right here that the rail comes into, and it's got a cut in it, okay? It's not a squared off step, it's a cut step, okay? Okay, so that's step number 16. And we're looking at the corner of it. Now, the smear that I was describing is this smear right here, okay? You see that's a transfer. There's some kind of pressure that created that stain on the corner of this step. Right in the corner here. Now, this is the east wall right here. Okay, so you're looking at this step. Okay, this is the corner of it. If we're looking down at that step, okay, this is that east wall, and that corner is where that smear stain or transfer and smear was that I described. Right here.
And that, for the record, I want to make sure I identify it. P78.
Mr. Harden, why don't we stop right here?
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind. Don't discuss the case even among yourselves. Stay clear of the parties, the witnesses in this case. Don't watch TV about the case. Don't read the paper about the case. Don't do any independent research. And I'll see you at 12:45. All right, I'm sorry.
With your permission, can Agent Deaver come back down from the witness stand, please?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Deaver, at the luncheon break, you had been describing the area that you had delineated as a beauty within this stairwell, and I think you had began describing what is shown in P78 as step 16. Is that correct?
That's correct. Again, the rail coming down, and the step 16 right below it, step 17.
Okay, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P64 and ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, I can. This is another photograph of step 16 showing the stain that I previously described as a transfer stain is smeared or smear stain, and then other staining on that step.
Now, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P74 and ask whether you can identify that and orient the jury with this photograph specifically to step 16.
This gives an overall view of step number 16 that I'm describing here and prepared to describe the stains on. This would be step 16 right here. Okay, and the one below that 17, and then the one that the victim's head rests on is what I have numbered to be 18. Again, 16, 17, and 18. And again, 16, 17, and 18. I've already previously described some stains on step 17, which were some smears along this area. And then step number 17 itself is clean. There are no, there are some smears along the edge of 17, but the largest part of step number 17 is clean. It has no blood stains on it that are visible to me or when I was in the scene itself. This step has been, it has no stains on it. Step 17.
Excuse me, let me show you what's marked as step P75 and ask if you can identify that.
Yes, this is a picture, a better picture of step 17, so that there's better light on it, so that you can see what's on that step. This is step 16 here. Here is an area where there's a couple of items here, and there's a little blood here on this corner. But as you can see, the primary portion, or the largest portion of that step, has no blood stains on it. And this photograph is used to show with the better light that step has no blood stains on it. And that was described in paragraph G.
Now, did you also delineate an area as you evaluated the scene regarding letter H?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, if I can show you what's marked here, State's Exhibit P156, and ask whether you can identify that for us.
Yes, I can. This is what I have described as the riser. What I mean by that is an area that is below the tread, okay, of the step, and it has a face on it. Okay, and this would be step 17, and this would be step 16. And so I'm describing an area that is between the two, between step 17 and step 16. And what I have described in this area there are contact or transfer stains. Contact is the same thing, that something's come in contact with it, okay, and created a stain, or transfer stain, which it had blood on it and created a stain. There's also impact spatters, okay, something has been impacted, a blood source has been impacted and created small drops in these patterns. Again, there are impact spatters here, the small drops that you see. There's also in here transfer and contact stains. Something has come in contact with the blood on this step. Also, I would like to point out at the bottom that blood has been removed at the bottom of this step. Okay, there's an area down here where blood has been removed. Okay, that also coincides with a clean portion of the step itself. There are no blood stains. Okay, this area down here is where blood has been removed from that riser.
And I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P157 and P126, and ask whether you can identify these.
Yes. Again, this is step number 17. And this would be the portion right here at the bottom of step number 17. And also a little bit of what I call the riser. And again, that's another view of the stains that are in that portion. Again, there are blood spatters, very small droplets in here, which indicate force. That force was applied to that blood. You'll notice that it's very low to the step itself, not very high off of the surface of the step itself. You can also see where the beginning of this blood has been removed over here. This is the riser between step 17 and step 16. Okay, so again, the very small droplets in here. There's also a contact stain where something has come in contact with blood on here. On top of that impact spatter.
That's P157. Let me show you P126.
Okay. This is a very good close-up with a rule in it of this piece of molding on the side of the step. Okay, this would be against the east wall. In this area, above step number 17, which is what this is, okay? And so you're actually looking at a piece of molding on what I have described as the east wall. This is a close-up. There are some very small droplets in there. And there's also something that's come in contact, okay, with that had blood on it, okay, or transfer stain. That's actually on top, okay, of the impact spatters, the very small droplets. Again, this is the molding here. This is a close-up. Actually, this area right here, this clot that is on this here, is the same thing that's in this picture right here for orientation purposes. This is just a close-up of it so that you can see what that area looks like.
Now, did you delineate an area within this?
Yes, I did.
See. I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P76 and ask whether you can identify it.
Yes, I can.
What is it?
This is a picture which is from the inside of the stairwell, which is looking at what I call the right or south door molding from the inside, and you're looking at steps 17, 16, 15, and 14. And if I might point to the model, the picture would have been taken from this perspective, and it would be looking at these steps right here at this corner in this model. There are, this picture depicts some transfer stains. It depicts some drops. As you can see, these are larger drops than what we have been describing on the wall. They're larger, and they have drip here. Okay, we've looked at this molding already for the stains that were on it. This is where the hair transfer was before. Okay, there is also in this picture a transfer stain. Some object has come in contact with the step in this area and has produced a transfer stain with sharp edges. Okay, and that would be on top of step number 15. Here's the transfer stain again on top of step number 15. And then here's some of the other transfers in here. But this transfer here has sharp edges on it. Some object has had blood on it and was placed on that step. This is it right here. Again, this is step 17, 16, 15, and 14.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P100 and ask if you can identify that.
Yes, I can. This is a photograph of the east of the west wall. It would be this wall here, and this photograph is of some blood stains that are right in this area, right here.
P100.
Specifically, this is a close-up of blood stains above step number 15. Okay? I would point out, here's the drops right here. They're very small. They have directionality. You can tell that the blood was going, or that the blood was traveling in this direction.
But may we indicate to the record what direction we're talking about?
Please describe the direction you're talking about with respect to the photograph.
Well, the best way to do that would be to show that what we're looking at is from the inside, and the blood drops are here, and if you were facing them, the blood would be traveling in this direction.
Indicating up.
Indicating up, that's correct. Or higher in the stairwell. And the way to orient yourself would be that this is the door molding right here, and the drops are on here, and it's going in an upward direction. And again, I would point out how small the drops are, which indicate force. Okay? A force has been applied to break that blood up and produce smaller droplets. This is just a close-up of the wall over step number 15. I would point out also that there's 7 drops in this pattern. It's a small pattern as far as the number of drops are concerned, but it still exhibits the characteristics of being small drops, which indicate force, and also the fan pattern. You see how they're spread out. Even though there's a few of them, they're still spread out in a fan shape. They're in a fan shape, even though there's just a few of them.
And I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P63 and P103. Do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what do they represent?
These represent steps number 15 and step number 14.
You can use both of those to orient the jury to that location and describe what's depicted in the photograph.
Hey, Carla.
Again, this is step, just for orientation, step 18, 17, 16, 15, and 14. The description that I made in my report are that there's transfer stains in this area, some drip blood, and again, the transfer here that was made by some object. Okay, and this just shows more of the steps so that you can see the orientation of things in this picture. 18, 17, 16, 15, and 14, and the transfer stains that are found here.
We have to record each one of those footage. That's 63 correct.
This is step number 14.
And what's the number of that exhibit?
103. This is step number 14, and you see there's drip blood on here. See how much larger the drops are in comparison to other things that we've seen, and they've come straight down. Okay, they're almost perfectly round, and they've come straight down. And that's a description that was given in the report. You have the blood coming down over here on the edge of step number 14. Drops. They're big. They're coming straight down. That indicates a source. The force is gravity on the drops, and it's coming down. We describe that as drip blood.
And I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 104 and ask whether you can identify this one.
Yes, this is a close-up of step number 15. And again, this just shows very close the blood that I've described previously, and a closer look at this transfer stain here. Step number 15. And this demonstrates the sharp edges that I reported in my report.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P232 and P47 and ask whether you can identify these, please.
Yes, this is a picture of the victim at the bottom of steps 18, 17, 16, 15, and 14 are also shown. And this is a close-up.
Excuse me, just for the record, that's what's marked as State's Exhibit P232.
Correct.
Okay.
And it's showing stains in this area, okay, around on the bottom of these steps. And this is a close-up depicting the waist area of the victim and some stains that are found on the floor beside the victim.
Is that 47 showing that?
Yes.
Are there transfer stains in these?
Yes, there are. There's a transfer stain for this overall picture that is located in this area.
Judge, for the record, indicates to the left of the left leg.
There's a transfer stain. In other words, an object with blood on it came in contact with the floor in this area. Right here to the left of the left leg. And a close-up of that shows that it too demonstrates sharp edges. In other words, an object where blood was on some edge came in contact with that floor. Here.
That's P47.
Yes, 47. Sharp edges for that transfer stain. Sharp edges for that transfer stain. Right here. Right here. Right here.
Now let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P130 and P253A. And ask whether you can identify these, please.
Yes, I can. This is step number 15. Again, a close-up.
Which is the diagram? What's the number of this?
This is P130. It's a close-up of the step number 15 with a rule in it, and it shows this transfer stain here in the corner of it. Step number 15 again, showing a couple of photographs of that already. This is the area, the transfer stain with sharp edges. P233A is a Polaroid photograph of that same mark on the steps or transfer stain, which is a close-up. Okay. This is also a one-to-one photograph for the purpose of giving a size perspective. Okay. In other words, this is the actual size of the mark. to mark on step number 15.
Now, again, with respect to the area that you've designated I, are there other photographs as well?
Yes, I described in my paragraph I was describing an area which is on this west wall in this area of the steps, okay? The steps along here against this wall. And that's what we've been looking at in step 15 with those marks and other things, transfer stains. We also looked at the spatter pattern that was on this wall, the small drops, and now these pictures are of the steps up in this area.
I'll show you what's marked as Exhibit P97 and ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, I can.
What is it?
This is floor molding on the west wall, what I've just described over here and shown on the model. And these are drips, okay, and cast off, okay. We have drops that are larger than we've seen and some of the others, but still smaller than blood that has just fallen by gravity. And this is on the floor molding on the west wall. In the area of steps number 12 and number 13. Now I described a cast off, okay? There's two motions that cause casting: centrifugal force or circular motion, and a sudden stop, okay? And this is what we're describing as the cast off.
Now I'll show you what's marked as Exhibit P98 and ask whether you can identify that, please.
Yes, I can. This is the west wall. This is another drop of the cast off. This is a lower portion of it, and we've gone on up the wall up here, and this is another drop. As you can tell, it's larger. Okay, so there's going to be less force. You can see directionality, which the drop is coming from the top of the picture down. And then it's another drop in the pattern that I showed at the bottom of that pattern, which is on that molding over there. Now, I'd also like to point out the earlier picture of the blood spatter that was on the wall to give you perspective to the size of drops. This is that little pattern of 7 drops that I showed. Look at the difference between the size. That indicates a difference in force that has been applied to that to the drops. We also have a pattern. This cast off is linear in nature, okay? If I were to hold this up above here, you have drops coming down and then a few drops at the bottom, okay? The impact spatter pattern is over here to this side of this. Now, for perspective on this wall, the impact spatter that I have described is over here. This cast off stain is over here, okay, in this area. Right steps here. 12 and 13, yes. In this area right here.
I'll show you what's marked as Exhibit P133. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a picture of the west wall Here's the drips that I was talking about, the bigger drops, okay? And this is part of that cast off, okay? So now we're on this side of this picture, okay? We're on this side of the picture with this drop up here, and we're showing another piece of that cast off stain. Size is relatively large, lower force applied, and part of the linear pattern.
I'll show you what's marked as Exhibit P99. You recognize that?
Yes, I do. I describe, this is, these drops here are these drops here, and part of that cast-off pattern that I was describing.
Excuse me, for the record, you need to have him indicate what photos he's looking at, otherwise the record is not going to reflect that.
133 and 99. 133 being a perspective so that you can see the drops at the bottom. Those drops in number 99 are on the right top side of that photograph. Now, the interest to this photograph are there are transfer stains on this wall that appear to be finger-like. In other words, it appears that fingers with blood on them have created these transfer stains on this wall, close to where this cast-off pattern is.
And which photograph is that?
That's number 99. Again, finger-like transfer stains on the wall, and the cast-off stain under it, or actually up to the right of it a little bit. Here's the stains I'm referring to right below my fingers.
Had you designated an area of this crime scene that you analyzed with respect to letter J?
Yes, I did.
Let me share what's marked as State's Exhibit P71 and ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, I can. This is step number 7. Seven is on up the stairwell. Step number 7 is on up the stairs from where we had described the other blood stains. And we have 2 drips in blood on this step. You can see that they're so much larger. Coming straight down on the step. And this would be the west wall. Okay. In other words, this blood stain is on the edge close to this wall. There's the stain right there. Drip blood.
I'm sure what's marked as State's Exhibit P92.
P92 is a close-up of step number 7. It just shows the drip blood. The small drop is just to the side of it. Step number 7. Drip blood.
Now, did you designate an area K in this scene?
Yes, I did.
All right, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 147 and ask whether you can identify this.
Yes, I can. This is a photograph at the top of the stairwell. And what I have called the top landing is right here. This would be step number 1 and step number 2. Top landing, step number 1 and step number 2. Now, I also found staining in this area. There is a transfer stain that has occurred slightly below the tread on the top landing. Okay, in other words, something with blood came in contact with that tread on the bottom side in this area, on the top landing on that tread.
And I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P130, P132, and ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, I can. This is a close-up of that same area. And here is where that transfer stain was, and you also note that there is a stain under it. These drops are small, they have directionality, and they are fan-shaped. Another impact spatter pattern, which the direction of the blood is traveling from the landing, the tread of landing number 1 down the riser. The directionality shows that the blood is traveling down from the riser. There's that pattern. So we have small droplets coming down, showing force. From where that transfer stain was on that landing.
Now, Agent Deaver, with respect to one other designation, I think in your report, you've indicated Area L.
That's
right.
That's correct.
And what area is that, generally speaking?
Area L is the kitchen area of the house. That was previously described this morning.
And exactly where, with respect to the kitchen, were you describing with respect to Area L in your report?
Simply the cabinets where I talked about blood earlier, and also the bar sink where I described the glasses, the bottle, and the pot that was in the sink.
Right. Now, with respect to other areas in this crime scene, in particular as it relates to the stairwell, did you find any other thing of note that you've indicated in your report?
Not that I can remember this time.
Okay. Now, I think you had indicated earlier in your testimony that you had the opportunity to observe various articles of clothing that had been identified as being worn by persons involved in this case. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if you'll allow me just a second, I need to move this model, and we have some other exhibits we need to show. Just allow me a second to do that.
All right.
With respect to the clothing that was identified as having been worn by persons in this Okay, so I think you indicated that you looked at some articles of clothing at the police department. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
With respect to that, generally describe exactly what you did while you were there and made those observations.
Well, I was looking for, again, general patterns in clothing. Clothing can receive blood on it just like a wall or any other object. And so I started looking at to see if I saw anything like transfer stains, cast-off stains, impact spatters. And that judgment would have been based on the size of the drops, the way the patterns look, inline, fanned out pattern. And so those are the general things that I was looking for. I also looked at those clothes to see if there were any artifacts that would have indicated that the clothes had been bunched together when they were still.
You guys, I hate making pom-poms. What do you think? Oh, shoot. Hey, knock it off. Would you stop? Dang it. I hate pom-pom. I need to buy a pom-pom maker is what I need to do. Yes, he does. He needs another ear. Dang it. I still got some that's too long.
Wet or something like that.
Now, with respect to the clothing that you saw at the police department, did you have other occasions to observe them as well in more detail?
Yes, I did.
And what was the purpose of that?
The purpose of that was to do a detailed study of the stains that were on the clothing. And what you do is you basically do a laboratory examination of the clothing. You spread them out, you do diagrams, you put down the stains on the clothing and do a study to see what those patterns are on there, and then to analyze them.
Now, with respect to the clothing that you were able to conduct that type of process with, which articles of clothing did you look at as identified by from having come from a particular person? Do you recall?
When I did which examination?
The more detailed examination.
I looked at a pair of short pants identified to me as having been collected from Michael Peterson. I looked at 4 athletic style white socks, which were collected at the bottom of the stairway. I looked at a pair of Converse Chuck Taylor brand athletic style shoes. Also collected, identified to me as having been collected at the bottom of the stairway again. I looked at a knit short sleeve shirt, Asics brand, identified as collected from Michael Peterson. I looked at a knit short sleeve shirt, identified as collected from Todd Peterson. I looked at a pair of blue jeans, identified as collected from Todd Peterson. I looked at a pair of athletic style socks, identified as collected from Todd Peterson. A pair of shoes, identified as collected from Todd Peterson. A long sleeve purple plaid shirt, which was identified to me as collected from Todd Peterson. I looked at a pair of sweat type pants, identified as collected from Kathleen Peterson, and a fleece top identified as collected from Kathleen Peterson.
All right. Now, with respect to when you conducted the more detailed analysis, where were you and what were the circumstances?
Well, I did that at the SBI laboratory. As I am in the Raleigh area, the SBI laboratory will provide me a workspace when I need to do detailed clothing analysis. And also they provide space for me to do experiments in these types of cases. And so the clothing was submitted to the SBI laboratory. The evidence technician there, then I showed up one day, the evidence technician gave me those items of clothing. I was provided a space for doing that work. And then when I was finished with that space, I turned those items back into the evidence technician. And when they were held until they were picked up by the Durham Police Department.
Now, with respect to that analysis, were photographs taken of those articles in the process of you conducting that examination?
I'm sorry?
Were photographs taken of those articles that you examined during the analysis?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Now, let me show you a series of photographs and ask whether you can identify these, please. I will show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 100-3, 100-4, 100-1, 100-2, P192, P198, P188, P190, P193, P197, P194, P196, P195, P201, P198, P200, P199, P202, and P203, and ask whether you can identify these, please.
Yes, I can. This is a series of photographs. The first set, P100-3 to P193, are a series of photographs of a pair of shorts that were identified to me as collected from Michael Peterson. P197 through P199 is a series of photographs taken of a pair of shoes identified to me as having been collected from the bottom of the stairwell. They're in order. P202 and P203 are a series of photographs of a shirt identified as collected from Michael Peterson.
With respect to various of these items, if I could have the witness step down and show them to the jury. Several of them have already been moved and entered into evidence. A few have not, and I'll move those at the appropriate time.
It's allowed.
So these were all identified as having come from the defendant's picture.
The shirt and the pants.
All right, with respect to at least this first grouping of clothing?
That's correct.
Right. And we'll segregate it. We have different clothing collected from identified individuals. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 100-1 and 100-2. You've indicated that you recognize those. Will you show those to the jury and describe what they are, please?
Yes. This is a photograph of the rear of the pants. Okay, in other words, the pants are lying down on the table, and this is the rear of them. They demonstrate spatter pattern. They demonstrate blood spatters in the leg area of the pants. This again is the back of the pants. They have other stains, diluted stains, transfer stains, and other things on them. Again, there's very small spatters in the leg. And then some other stains that can be seen on the pants. And this again is a photograph of the rear of the pants.
We have the number of that one just for
100-1. 100-2 is a photograph of the rear of the pants. You can see the rear pockets of the pants. This is an inside of the rear of the pants. And you can see stains. There are small drops or spatter on the inside leg, and this would be the right leg of the pants.
Now, with respect to what you just described, are you able to visibly see that without any magnification?
Yes. Very small droplets on.
Agent Vendour testified earlier that he also analyzed these pants. Was that at your request?
Yes, it was.
And why did you ask Agent Vendour to do that?
When I looked at these pants, I looked at drops, and they appear to me to have, some of these small drops on the inside of these pants appear to me to have come in contact with the pants on the inside. Now, that's difficult to say sometimes because a drop may have soaked all the way through the pants. Agent Vendour works on textile materials with the SBI, and so I called him to come and take a look while I was doing this examination to determine if he would be able to say conclusively whether these drops had come in contact with the pants on the inside or on the outside of the pants. And again, there's very small droplets. There are some big drops here too, but there's some very small droplets in a pattern that's fan-shaped on the leg of these pants.
And just for orientation, will you show the jury what's represented in what is marked as State's Exhibit 100-3 and also 100-4, using 100-3 first?
100-3 is a close-up of the pants. They're still inside out, and this is the rear. And we're looking at those very small stains on there. Okay. We have a rule in the picture so that you can see, or one can look at this picture and determine how small the stains are. That means forceful. Okay. Force has been applied to the blood to break it up, and it's quite small. And again, this is an inside of the pants. Very small droplets.
Show them.
100-4 is close up still. And there are letters beside these drops. Very, very small. You can see by the rule in the picture. Again, force has been applied to the drops to break them up. Very, very small. Just a close-up of the picture that we saw before.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P192. You indicated that you recognize that. What is that exactly?
P192 is a photograph of the front of the pants. The front of the pants have blood staining on them that has been diluted. Okay? What that means is that some substance has diluted the blood out and created a stain that's very characteristic of diluted stains. You have a dark edge, you have a lighter area, and it shows a washed down pattern, okay? Indicating that something was applied to the top of the pants and it washed the blood down. Again, this is a photograph of the front of the shorts. Showing this diluted stain. And you can see the washed out top and that it's heavier at the bottom and the dark edge. Okay. A characteristic that we look for diluted stain.
To show what's marked as State's Exhibit 189. We can identify that and what's depicted here.
This is the top, the hem of the top hem of the pants, or this is the button, the zipper area. And the pocket has been pulled out to show that the pocket is darker than the front of the pants themselves, which indicated that the pants were heavily stained with blood, and then the front has been diluted. The pockets on the inside were actually heavier. Actually, when I received them, there's a heavier stain on the pockets than the front of the pants. So the inside of the pants have a heavier blood stain on them than the outside of the pants. Again, an indication of dilution of the blood on the front of the pants.
For the record, I just want to make sure that this has been moved into evidence, and if it hasn't previously, which I believe it has, we've moved it in at this time.
So,
Yeah.
Mr. Harden, what number?
That is P189. Now let me quickly show you what are marked as State's Exhibit P193, P190, and P188. You've identified these. What are they? You don't need to really show them to the jury, but what are they in reference to the other photographs that are shown here on this exhibit?
These are, again, these are the rear of the pants, and they're showing the blood spatters and blood stains that are on the rear of these pants.
Now, with respect to the condition of those pants as they are depicted in this series of photographs, that being what's marked as State's Exhibit P188, P190, and P193, how does that relate to the photographs already shown the jury, which are indicated here as State's Exhibit 100-1, 100-2, 100-3, 100-4?
Okay, this is the rear of the pants again, and this is an overall view, and this is a view of the bottom of the pants, and this is a view of the inside leg of the right leg. Okay, in other words, this is the right leg of the pants, and then we pulled the hem up, and we're looking at the spatters that are on the inside of that right leg.
With respect to the difference in the condition of these articles here shown in what's marked as State's Exhibit 100-1, 100-2, 100-3, 100-4, how does that relate to this other?
Essentially the same. These are inside and these are outside photographs.
With respect to this bottom photographs, were they taken before any analysis was done by any other agents at the State Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, they were.
All right. Now, did you have the occasion to look at Mr. Peterson's shoes? I think you indicated he was correct.
Yes, I did.
Testimony earlier a few minutes ago that you did that. Let me show you what's marked here, State's Exhibit P197, and ask if you can identify that.
Yes, I can. That's the right shoe, Converse tennis shoe that was sent to me by the Durham Police Department. This shoe contains drops on top of it, very small spatter in the toe of it with 90-degree directionality. Okay, in other words, the source of the bleeding or the blood was directly above that shoe. And again, there's very small drops. There is a large drop there that's a drip on top of that toe of that shoe, but there's also very small drops which indicate force, and they are at 90 degrees. There's some other things on the shoe itself, some transfer stains in this area of the shoe, but specifically in the toe is what this picture depicts of the right shoe.
And for the record, Your Honor, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 197.
It's allowed.
And just so the record is clear, let me move back just a second. Let me move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit P193.
It's allowed.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P194. You had previously identified that. What is that for the record at this point?
That's the sole or the bottom of the right shoe.
Your Honor, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit P194.
It's allowed.
You can go ahead and show that to the jury and describe what's depicted there.
It's difficult to see in this photograph, but there is blood on the soles of the shoe. Okay. Blood in this area. Okay. And this again is the bottom of the right shoe.
Sorry, let's take a 10-minute break at this point. All right, Mr. Deputy, 10 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 10-minute break. Remain in your seats and allow the jury to take the courtroom.
All right, Mr. Owen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may the witness please come down, please?
Yes.
Mr. Debo, we were talking about the clothing that was identified as having come from Mr. Peterson. We were talking about the right shoe just a moment ago. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P196. You previously identified that. Now, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit P196.
It's allowed.
P196 is the outside of the right shoe. In other words, if you were on your right foot, it's the outside. And there's some transfer stains on, you see the heel and the side of that. And there's also some very small droplets, some blood spatter on the side of that shoe. Okay, forceful, and there is some directionality to it. And so when I did my examination, I determined or took a look at the directionality of that shoe, blood spatter on the right side of that shoe, along with some other stuff.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P195. You previously identified that. You know, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit P195.
It's allowed.
What's depicted in that photograph, please?
P195 is the inside of the right shoe. And some of the stains that you saw on the other side are visible around the back of the shoe, transfer stain. And there's also blood spatter on the inside of the right shoe, and you see the directionality on it. And again, with a rule in the picture and also the shoe itself, you can see that those spatters are quite small and there's directionality on them. Again, force has caused the blood to break up, creating stains on the shoe. And that's again on the inside of the right shoe. And these are the stains here. blood spatter. You can see the transfer stains on the shoe, which means that something with blood on it came in contact with the shoe.
My shoe was marked as State's Exhibit P201. You previously identified that. Your Honor, at this point, we move what's marked as P201 into evidence.
So
If you would please describe to the juror what's depicted in that photograph.
P201 is the left shoe, and it contains transfers or contact stains on it, and also some small drops on the toe, spatter. This is the left shoe.
And I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P198. And you've already identified that. And we would move that into evidence at this point.
it's allowed.
What's depicted in that photograph?
P198 is the sole or bottom of the left shoe, and on this shoe, it's a bit more visible, the blood on the bottom, on the sole. There's also some staining in the arch area of that shoe.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P200. You've previously identified that, and at this point, we move that into evidence.
It's allowed.
What's depicted in that photograph?
P200 is the left shoe, and the right side, what I describe as the right side of that shoe, which would be the inside of the shoe. If you're looking down at your left foot, it would be the inside. And there's some contact stains on the shoe, and there's also some very small blood droplets on the shoe on this side. Very, very small spatter on the left side of this shoe. Again, force would have broken the blood up to create those small droplets.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P199. You previously identified that. Your Honor, at this point, we've moved what's marked as State's Exhibit P199 into evidence.
It's allowed.
We can describe what's depicted in that photograph, please.
P199 would be the left side of the left shoe or the outside of the left shoe. And it has contact stains on it. And there are also, where my finger is, there are also some small blood spatters.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P202. I think you identified this. I believe this is previously in evidence. I'd ask that you show what's depicted in that photograph.
This is the front of the shirt that was identified to me as having come from Michael Peterson. It's an Asics brand shirt, navy in color. And you notice that it's very dark, very difficult to determine the exact nature of the blood stains that are on the shirt visually.
And with with respect to all this analysis, you just said it's very difficult to determine this visually. With respect to this analysis, is that how you do it?
Blood spatter is a visual analysis, okay? And so when you're looking at dark clothing, you have to search very diligently to try to find it, and it's very difficult. And so the true nature of it sometimes will not be apparent to you because of the dark color.
And I'll show you what's marked as exhibit P203. I think you previously identified that. Your Honor, at this point, we've moved that into evidence.
So,
Show that to the jury, please.
P203 is the back of the same shirt.
And did you have the occasion to, let me back up. I think you indicated that you looked at articles of clothing from several individuals. Did you look at articles of clothing that were identified as having belonged to Kathleen Peterson?
Yes, I did.
Let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit P208, P210, P209, P212, P211, P213, and P214, and ask whether you can identify these.
Yes, I can. P208 through P211 are a series of photographs, or is a series of photographs of what was described to me as the victim's pants. P213 and P214 are pictures or photographs of what was described to me as the victim's top.
With respect to the articles that are depicted in these photographs, did you conduct an analysis of those?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit P208 through and to include P214.
so allowed.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P208. And if you'll describe what's depicted there and show it to the jury, please.
This is a photograph of the front of the pants, and you'll see there's heavy staining from the waistband down along the left leg. There are other stains that are consistent with transfer stains or contact stains where something in blood has come in contact with the pants. And also of significance are that there are blood spatters. Okay, there's very small droplets again, and there's the fan-shaped pattern that we're looking for in the front of the pants. There's also down at the bottom, there's some transfer stains down there, here at the top on the thigh of those pants. And so we have several different, again, stains, transfer stains. You've got small spatter stains and spatter patterns on the front of the pants themselves, and some contacts along the inside of the leg and along the bottom of the leg, or transfer stains, contacts or transfer stains. Again, we've got a soaking stain along the top of the hem, just blood that is soaked into these pants. You've got some transfers or things that come in contact with the pants with blood on them. And then you have very small drops or spatters along the front of the legs of the pants.
Let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit P210 and ask if you would please describe what's depicted in the photograph.
This again is a photograph of the front of the pants, and this is the right leg on the thigh area. And this is a photograph just to demonstrate the small drops that were found on the thigh on the front. Again, indicates that that this blood was spattered forcefully and came in contact with the pants. Okay. Again, you have, even though it's on clothing, you have very small droplets, and you have that fan-shaped pattern on there. Okay. Again, this is the right thigh or the top of the right leg. You have very small droplets.
I'll show you what's marked as States Exhibit P209. What's depicted in that photograph?
This is the rear of the pants or the back of the pants, and you have soaking blood, okay, which is soaked from the hem line or the hem of the pants, or the waistline, I'm sorry, the waistline of the pants down the back of the pants. You also have again, a characteristic dilution stain where you've got the heavy or the dark edges around this area. You have some transfer stains and some heavy soaking or contact stains here on the back of the left leg. And I would point out that there is a transfer stain here on the bottom of this leg, on the bottom of the right leg. Here's the transfer stain, and then the other things that I was talking about, the soaking stain and the diluted stain with its edge, dark edge there. This is the transfer stain on the back of the right leg. Again, this is the rear of the pants. Soaking stain at the top, the dilution under it. Heavy stain on the back of the left leg, and then on the bottom of the right leg is that transfer stain, which actually shows a pattern, or has a pattern to it.
I want to show you what's marked as State Exhibit P211 and P12 and ask if you'll show these to the jury and describe what's depicted there.
Dark, we haven't identified which one is.
P212. This is the pants back of the right leg. Okay, and that's a close-up of that transfer stain that has a pattern to it that I showed earlier. And that gives you an indication of what that pattern looks like. And then we have another close-up a little bit closer that shows that pattern in more detail with the rule in it.
And for the record, what's that photograph?
That's photograph P211. You can see readily the pattern that's on the bottom of this, the back of the right leg.
Now let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit P213 and ask if you describe what's depicted there, please.
This is the front of the top that was described to me as the victim's top. It's a gray top. You can see some of the blood staining in it, but it's dark. And there are soaking stains in it. And a close view of it did provide some information from this top for me. Again, this is the front of the top, or the shirt, as it were. And you can see blood, even though it's gray, somewhat dark.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P214 and ask if you'll describe it. Very close.
This is the back of the top, and there's even a better indication of some of the things that can be viewed on this top. There's heavy staining on the back of both arms, and staining on the back of the shirt, heaviest around the
Dang it. That's because Spike barks too much and I mute it so you guys won't hear him barking. So, if he lied, like they said he lied, which got Peterson a new trial, and he built a rig with the shorts on it, and he hit a sponge filled with blood with a blowpoke to make the drops on the shorts that were similar to the drops of shorts on the drops of blood that were on Michael Peterson's shorts. And it turns out that he didn't do that with the blowpoke. And all the blood on him was just from him hugging his wife's body. Then what caused the drops of blood on his shorts? If it was all just transfer stains from him, because I think he laid on, literally laid on top of her body. And I think he did that to cover up like blood spots that he got from cast off from beating her with whatever he beat her with. I don't know why I can't talk today. So I think he did have those blood droplets there. But how did they get there? If he lied and manufactured that experiment to match the blood drops, how did the blood drops get there? Like I said, we're never going to know. But I'm just curious now how they really got there. Why do I lose viewers every time I speak? Am I annoying? I have to add commentary so Court TV doesn't copyright claim me. And I wait in between my speaking. Great intervals. Am I annoying? Am I not making sense? I'm trying to add meaningful commentary. I thought that was a very insightful comment. Okay, maybe not. I don't know.
The bottom of the shirt itself, and this is the back of the top of the shirt, as it were. And these would be soaking stains where blood is soaked into the garment.
And I believe you indicated also that you had the opportunity to analyze or at least examine articles that were identified as having been worn by Todd Peterson.
Yes, I did.
All right.
Watch. Now I'll get somebody in the comments going, yes, you are annoying.
Let me show you what is marked. The state's exhibit P204 and ask whether you can identify this, please.
Yes, this is the front of the shirt that was identified to me.
But before you show that, what is it?
It's P204.
You know, at this point, we move down to what's marked as state's exhibit P204. So I apologize. That one's already in. Get that back. You can allow me to show that to the jury and describe what's depicted there.
This is the front of the shirt that was identified to me as coming from Todd Peterson. And though the photograph doesn't allow a very good view of it, this shirt was a bit lighter than the other shirt that I showed and did provide some information as far as blood stains were concerned. And there were soaking stains or transfer stains. There were transfer stains in blood on this. In other words, something with blood on it came in contact with the shirt.
He's saying soaking stains? Is that what he's saying? Soaking? Because it sounds like he's saying sucking. And I keep thinking every time he says sucking stains, he's saying soaking, but I hear sucking, and I'm thinking sucking chest wound. I'm thinking, she didn't have a chest wound. Why does he keep saying sucking stains? He's saying soaking, right? Oh, and by the way, I have on my Good Friday shirt. It says, what does it say? He came, he lived, he died. Anyway, oh, other side, 3 crosses. And on the back, it says, I don't know if you're going to be able to see it. Stupid, my slipper turned upside down. On the back, can you guys see the back? It said you can't keep a good man down. Oh, you can't hear me. On the back, it says you can't keep a good man down. Oh, it's the accent. Makes it sound like he's saying sucking and it's soaking.
Just transfer stains in?
Yes. Transfer or contact. In other words, contact was made and those stains were placed on the shirt. That is correct.
So you found no spatter?
No, I did not.
Artie's in a parallel
No
universe.
spatter on this shirt. They were all large stains.
Let me show you what's marked as state's exhibit P205. Ask whether you can identify that.
I can.
No, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as state's exhibit P205. So you'll describe to the jury what's shown there.
P205 is the back of the shirt that I just showed the front of. Described to me as coming from Todd Peterson, and you can see some discoloration at the top of the shoulder, especially over the left shoulder, which would be over this shoulder, where there is contact stains. Okay, where something in blood came in contact with the shirt, and I was able to see that on the shirt. Again, there's a discoloration that is visible in the photograph, which is where I saw the blood or the contact stain.
Let me show you what is marked as state's exhibit P206, and ask whether you can describe what's in that. It's already been entered at evidence to you.
I don't think Todd was ever a suspect, was he? And if they took his clothes to test because he had blood on him from I guess, holding her, hugging her, or whatever. Why, if he's not a suspect, why would they be introduced in a trial for evidence? Well, I don't. Why would? Why am I asking questions? This trial is nuts.
Recognize what you picked to do.
Yes, I do. It's the this is the front of the blue jeans that were described to me as having been as having come from Todd Peterson. This pair of pants had some smears in blood in the front of the pants, above the right pocket, in this area. There's some smears and contact stains down the crotch area of the pants. And along the left side of the left leg are contact stains.
Did you find any spatter on the front of the blue jeans?
I did not.
I'll show you what's marked as State Exhibit P207. Can you identify that, please?
Yes, I can. These are this is a photograph of the rear of the pants. And very similar stains as I described in the front of the pants were found in the back of the pants, along with one drop of blood that was found on the bottom of the right leg.
You know, just so the record's clear, what's marked as State Exhibit P207 is being evidence.
On the bottom of the right leg, I found one drop. It's a fairly good-sized drop. Probably not a lot of force that created it. There's blood stains in the crotch area and along the leg. Yes.
All right, members of the jury, there's some matters that we'll have to take care of outside of your presence, and we will not need you anymore today. So I'm gonna go ahead and send you on your overnight recess. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case, even among yourselves. Stay clear of these parties and witnesses. Don't watch TV about the case. Don't read about the case. Don't do independent research. And I think we should be finished by 9:30 in the morning. But if not, we'll take care of that when you get here. So I need to see you at 9:30. Getting ready to question the witness outside the presence of the jury about some tests that he performed.
Yes, sir.
Can you just summarize for me what his tests are, and I'll let Mr. Rudolph tell me what his objections are.
Yes, sir. Agent Deaver conducted a series of tests on clothing that was identified in this case with test clothing. He also conducted tests of blood spatter and has demonstrated that with a series of cardboard pieces. He conducted a series of tests relating to blood spatter within a full-scale model of a portion of the stairway at 1810 Cedar Street. And I was going to walk him through generally what he did with respect to all those different experiments, and then ask him what his conclusions were in this case as it relates to the information that he gathered.
I'm not asking you, Mr. Rudolph, specifically right now what your objections are. I take it you'll make them at the end.
Yes, sir. It depends a little bit on what the methodology he used was and what conclusions he intends to reach from that methodology.
All right. Now, as you told me at the bench, we may get through part of this, but we may have to break.
Yes, sir. Well, the other thing is that we also have a request for a Daubert hearing before he gets into opinions with regard to what various spatters may mean. If we have time to get into that today, that's fine. But Mr. Maher has an appointment that he just can't change. He's going to need to leave here about 4.
About 3:15.
About when?
3:15 to get.
He's going to have to leave here relatively soon. So whatever we can do on direct today, I think we can do. And then perhaps in the morning we can, overnight I can figure out what questions I want to ask on cross, if any. And then if the court wants to start early in the morning, that's perfectly fine. Or we could start at 9:30, whatever the court wants to do.
All right. I'm ready. Are you ready to proceed? All right.
Now, Agent Deaver, you've described to the jury previously what you found as it related to the location of things in the residence and in particular in the stairway at 1810 Cedar Street. You've described that you examined certain clothing that had been identified as belonging to persons associated with this case, in particular Kathleen Peterson, Michael Peterson, and Todd Peterson. Did you conduct experiments as it relates to the scene at 1810 Cedar Street and the clothing that was presented, or at least some of the clothing that was presented to you, so that you could then formulate opinions about actions at that location of the various persons involved?
Yes, I did.
If you would please describe in chronological order the testing process and experimentation process that you went through as it relates to these issues.
The purpose for testing was to, if I might begin with an explanation, the purpose for testing was to make blood stains by various methods in order to compare those under test conditions and confirm actions that were thought to have occurred, that I thought were to have occurred in the scene, and to also test other actions that might have had that might have created stains. And so the tests were designed to create those stains in order to make a comparison between the different actions that could have occurred in that scene.
And earlier in your testimony, you talked a little bit about experimentation, I think. I believe it was probably during a voir dire of your qualifications. And if you would, just to kind of revisit that question a little bit, are the test and experimentation processes that you went through, are they part of what blood pattern or blood stain analysis do in conducting this kind of process and examination?
Well, yes, it is. It is suggested that bloodstain pattern analysts do testing so that they can determine if the results that they have received or have achieved in a case are consistent with the test things that they do, and also to test, again, other actions. But additionally to that, bloodstain pattern analysts are trained basically using laboratory tests. That's how you do it. You set up experiments, you create patterns in a laboratory, basically a laboratory setting, and then those patterns and the actions that cause those patterns are the things that are studied to start you on your experience as a bloodstain pattern analyst.
And I think earlier in your testimony, again during the voir dire, you indicated that you don't always do experiments. It depends upon the type of case that you're looking at, but it's typical that you do these types of experiments. Is that right?
Yes, and if I might explain that, very simple cases where you would go in and see a couple of simple stains or whatever, and the actions might already be known or understood by those who are involved, you certainly wouldn't spend a lot of time testing those. There are also other patterns that would be created that were such that they've been done so many times in the laboratory or under laboratory conditions, you might not test that again either. Routinely, in the classes that I teach, we laminate the poster boards for their class and give those to the students for use as tests, demonstrating the actions that create those patterns. They don't have to go back and do it again. It's something that's done all the time. However, if the scene were complicated, a large scene that had a lot of different patterns in it, or in a situation where you have a stated action and you find patterns that are inconsistent with that action, then it would behoove you to go and do testing for that, to test the actions that are claimed to have occurred and test what you think created the stains that you see in conflict with that.
Now, you alluded to it, but I want to make sure I'm clear. The testing and experimentation that you did with respect to the scene and the clothing is consistent with what you actually teach your students?
Well, the methods of doing the testing is basically the same. I mean, the tests that I did were basically the same, and we've had a class as late as April where we did very similar things.
And with respect to the testing and experimentation that you used in this process, is it consistent with the methodology that you learned 15, 16 years ago?
Yes, it is.
Is it methodology that you are aware of as it relates to what others in the field use?
Yes.
Every time I speak, the count goes down. I don't know what it is.
Is it consistent with what is the methodology that is indicated as appropriate in research and literature on this subject?
Well, yes, I would say yes, because there have been papers written on some of the experiments that have been done and those actions and things. Yes.
Okay. With respect to the particular tests and experiments that you engaged in, let me go back to where we were just a moment ago and ask for you to describe in chronological order, if you would, the types of experiments that you used and what the results were generally.
Just go through them.
Yeah, just go through. Test 1, test 2, test 3, whatever.
Test 1, as stated in my report, a source of blood was dropped from a height of 12 feet to a flat surface. The purpose of that was simply to create an impact spatter on a surface. Okay. In this case, the stated action or the information that I had was that a fall had occurred. So creating an impact spatter on a surface would be much like a fall. Okay. And so that's what that was done. And so what happened was a source of blood was taken to a height of 12 feet. I have, for the purposes of this, we used a height from the floor to the ceiling, okay, or from the first floor to the upstairs. We dropped a source of blood straight down onto a target. What I mean by that is something that a piece of poster board, basically, so that when that source of blood came in contact with that poster board, it created an impact spatter along the surface. We also placed other targets, in other words, poster boards around that, so you could not only see the spatter on the horizontal, but also on the vertical targets. Also, during that experiment, we dropped a source of blood into a box. Basically, we took cardboard and made 4 walls and a floor to it so that we could catch 360 degrees the spatter on there. And then basically that was determined to look at the spatter as an impact on the surface and to study that and make comparisons with those things that we saw in this scene, which were stated to be impacts on a surface, and which indeed we found in this scene.
Now, how did you create the source of blood so that you could conduct the experiment you just described?
It was created by placing blood on a sponge, which was attached to a foam head. A metal rod was placed into the head, which provided weight and also allowed the object to drop straight. And we made a measurement. We got a ladder, and then just simply dropped it. And it produces a source of blood falling on on a surface creates a surface impact.
Why did you select the height of 12 feet to drop the source of blood?
Well, I have no idea from what height it was supposed that the victim fell. So we had stairs there. We just used the height that was available to us from the top to the bottom.
If you fall down the stairs, your head does not fall straight down. That's not a good way to test that. I don't know how. Well, yeah, you could throw the head downstairs, but I guess you could do that, but throwing it straight down, like from a height, throwing it straight down to the ground, that's not the equivalent of falling downstairs. I don't think it is. What do you guys think? Because I don't think that's the equivalent. Because if you drop a head straight down, if you're going downstairs, you're going at an angle.
And so that gave us the very highest thing that someone could fall from, which would basically be a swan dive off the top onto your head. Now, additionally, we placed blood on this to show that if there were a blood source already and you fell that far, what would be the greatest amount of blood that you would find, or the highest that this pattern would go, the most that it could create in a situation where if you jumped off the top step, you wouldn't have any blood source anyway. And so it's an exaggerated thing. Mm-hmm. To be fair to what we're looking at, we exaggerated the amount of blood that would be found in that situation.
Okay, and what about test 2?
Test 2 was placing a source of blood on the horizontal, and then we put on test clothing. Clothing as close to what we could find that was submitted to us in this case, and we stomped in the blood, both standing and sitting. The reason we did that was that's an action, it's an exaggerated action, but walking in blood is something that occurs in these types of situations, especially when it is reported that it was an accident. There are people who come up to the victim and provide aid. And so walking in blood is a common...
I want to say in the documentary they said they used human blood, but I forgot how they got it. I think that would be really gross, though. Even if, it was clean human blood, like they knew the source, I still think that's really gross. Now I'm going to have to go back and watch this part of the documentary, because I think they said human. I'm going to have to go back and look.
Method for creating stains in a crime scene or in a scene. And in this case, we exaggerated again the blood staining that would be found by not just walking but stomping, by creating more force to the situation. We wore the test clothes, the shoes, the pants, and we did it standing and seated. And in this case, we were seated at 7 and a half inches. Let's see, 7.5 inches from the ground, and I believe that I'm sorry, 7 3/4 inches from the ground, and I believe that was the height of the first step 18 from the floor. And so if an individual had been seated on that or assisting the victim and had stomped in blood, would we, with that action, be able to achieve stains similar to those that were found on the shoes and the clothing? And then again, we're trying to make a comparison here and to eliminate that as a possibility or to include it as a possibility, depending on the results of the test.
All right.
Again, that was done in standing and seated position. just taking into account everything that we could.
Now, what was the next test that you performed?
If I might go back to number 2, we again placed targets. Let's see, did we do that? Well, we had yes, we did. We had vertical and horizontal targets for that also, not only to look at the close, but to look at the staining that it made. Test number 3, a source of blood was placed 4 inches above the surface and 18 inches from poster board targets, was struck multiple times. Examination of the associated targets revealed impact spatter patterns. Again, the purpose of this is there the actions or the things that I have seen in there indicate that there was a source of blood above the surface, out in space, and basically what we did was to place one above the surface and to impact it. And again, we wanted to look at the type of pattern that it created, the height of the pattern that it creates in comparison to the height, the distribution, and the size in the scene that we see. And just basically, we placed it, like I said, 4 inches above the surface and impacted it. It creates a characteristic impact spatter used for studying comparison in this case.
All right. And again, what did you use as a source of blood for this test?
The source of blood was a sponge placed on top of the, actually it's a 4x4 piece of wood. Then we actually, as another part of test number 3, we placed a source of blood on a styrofoam head, and it was impacted into the surface, okay? Now, we dropped the source of blood, which created a surface impact. Now we actually put an attack sponge to a styrofoam head and a rod, and we impacted that into the surface again, creating another impact spatter. This time, a head coming in contact with it was a source of blood on the head coming in contact with the horizontal to look at impacts on the surface created when something similar to a head is impacted. Again, a source of blood already there. You're going to create a blood stain that is characteristic of what you would see if you did that.
Okay. Did that conclude test 3 then?
Yes, it did.
All right. What did you do with respect to test 4?
Okay. The examination of the clothing in this case, the shoes and specifically the pants, indicated an impact because of the size and distribution of the blood, and the shoes especially. I believe that the shoes were directly under that source of blood at the time of impact. So the next experiment was to place a source of blood a certain distance above the horizontal or above the ground, impact it with test shoes on, and to take a look at those spatters to determine if they were, what's the word I'm trying to think of? Comparable to what I found on the real shoes.
Okay.
In this case, we placed a source of blood 36 inches in height. It was struck multiple times. The reason for that is that I felt like that the shoes were either in motion or the source of blood was in motion or they both were in motion. And so as I did that experiment, I was in motion. And in other words, I moved around the source of blood as I impacted the source of blood. And then those items were allowed to dry, and they were studied in comparison to the clothes the shoes and the socks that I received in this case.
And generally, what were the results of that examination as it relates to test number 4?
Well, the blood stains on those shoes were very much like the blood stains on the original shoes.
Okay. Now, with respect to test 4, did you also test other articles of clothing or?
Socks were tested with that. I did have socks in this case, and so socks were tested with that. And I believe that is all for that test.
Okay. What about with respect to test number 5? What did you do there?
Okay, pair of pants and a shirt. Comparable to the pants and the shirt that were provided to me and
That is so
identified as
cool.
coming from Todd Peterson were stained with contact stains or transfer stains. In other words, a bloody object came in contact with that clothing, and basically it was to study the heaviness of the blood stains itself, and also to use this comparison against those items themselves. Also, I was interested in, there's a blood stain over the right pocket of those pants, and I did some staining of that to see if it would go deeper into the pockets. The pocket just looked a little strange with blood stains on the outside, and I saw nothing on the inside. And so I was looking at that issue specifically with these clothes.
Okay. And what generally was the result as it related to that series of tests?
Well, the actions that I took with the objects that were bloody on those clothes produced clothing again that was very similar to the original clothing that I had received, and consistent with the actions that I thought that had created them.
All right. Now, there was a test 6 as well, wasn't there?
Yes, there was.
If you would please describe what was involved in test 6.
Test 6 was done inside of a reproduced portion of the stairwell from this scene. It was a carpentered stairwell that was made to the specifications of that stairwell, and was used as a prop to do further testing in there. And so sources of blood were placed in there, and different actions were conducted on them for the sole purpose of determining the actions that created patterns in the scene.
Now, with respect to the reproduced stairwell, were you involved in helping take measurements and making sure that the reproduced stairwell was as consistent with and as close as it could possibly be to the stairwell located at 1810 Cedar Street?
Well, specific measurements I didn't take because I trusted the people who were doing it, because they were carpenters. But I was with them. We discussed the different aspects of the stairwell and things that need to be reproduced. I answered questions for them, and they went about making exacting measurements for that reproduction.
All right. And when were those measurements obtained, if you know?
June 27th, 2002.
All right. Now, if you would, please go ahead and did that complete what you did as it related to testing within that reproduced stairwell?
Well, no. There were some questions that I had about specific stains at the scene. First off, I came up with points of impact in space. And what I mean by in space is that they were not on a surface. And that was through reconstruction at the crime scene. And so what I wanted to do was recreate those patterns at the same distances that I had come up with while I was in the scene, and then look at those patterns again, and then go back and actually pull strings and do that again and see what kind of distances that I had from that. In other words, I think that's called reverse engineering. You go in and do it, and then you take all that stuff out, and then you go back and do a reconstruction of it, and to see what kind of results I would achieve, to see if there's something in the crime scene that changed the drops. There were a couple of other patterns in there that were curious to me that I did some testing on. with respect to the impact spatters, there was a line on the wall that I call the east wall that had been created. With the chair in place and impacting blood, I was able to recreate that line in the wall, which is something that I thought had happened, but testing showed that to me. There were some larger drops along the north wall that were in the photograph, and they had some interesting appearances. And impacting in there, I actually found large drops that went to the outside of that pattern. Things that I was able to recreate and see that were consistent with what I had seen in there. Also, on step number 17, there was no blood staining on the majority of that step. However, there was evidence to me that impacts had occurred on the surface of that step or very close to that step. Well, how many had occurred, how much force had created the blood staining on step 17. And so a great deal of my work was on step 17 to look at the risers on between 17 and 16, and then also to look at the step when I was through to see what I might have expected and make a comparison between the two. Also on the west wall, there was another impact spatter that I found in space. What I mean by that is out off of a surface. And again, I went in and did a recreation of that. There's a pattern that I identified as a smear pattern or a transfer stain that has been smeared, which is a large pattern on the north wall. I did a lot of work in there with wigs and other things to see what kind of pattern I would create with those kinds of things in there, and to make a comparison between the actions that I thought occurred and what I saw there. The bottom of those stairs was a prop. What it did for me was to give me a workspace very similar to the bottom of the stairs to allow me to do some experimentation that I would have done anyway with poster boards or in other manners, but allowed me to do a study looking at the steps.
All right. Was that the conclusion then of your testing as it related to this?
I'm sorry, it was not.
All right.
The shirt and the pair of pants that were described to me as having come from Michael Peterson had certain stains on them that I believe after my study had come from certain actions. Okay. And so during some of the impact spatters in this stairwell, I actually put a similar pair of pants and a similar shirt on to look at the staining after the impact occurred. And actually, I made one impact with that clothing on, and then removed myself to take a look at that, and to just see where blood went, and see if it was comparable to what I found on the pants that I had. Also, of interest to me was the front of the pants and the dilution stain. Was there a possibility that impact spatters had been on the front of the pants and had perhaps been washed out? So immediately upon doing that, a photograph was taken of those pants to show their condition, and then water was applied to the front of the pants. Well, actually, I'm sorry. More blood staining was applied to the front of the pants to create enough sufficient blood to show the pattern that I had seen. Water was then applied to the front of the pants. Photographs were taken. We looked at that. It was still very light. I applied more blood to try to get it to look like, the pants that I had. So more blood was applied. That was giving me an opportunity to see the quantity of blood that might be required to do that, and how much water would be required to create the stain that I saw in the front of those pants. Incidentally, blood spatter that was created in my test on the front of the pants was washed out, and it goes to what I thought may have been there on the front of those pants, just simply made as a test.
Now, was that the end of the testing as it related to the articles of clothing and the model and the various cardboard pieces of paper that you used to conduct various experiments with? To complete that process?
Yes.
At the end of that, did you prepare a report describing the test that you just testified to?
Yes, I did. I reported the test. We took a videotape of the test where the video ran continuously except during a lunch period and changing the tape in order to preserve that testing, in order to show that everything that was done during that test was analyzed and was available for other experts to take a look at. And that was the purpose of that videotape. The materials were all saved, including all the test materials and the wooden prop that still exists locked up with those materials.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Let me show you what's marked as states Exhibit 175 for the purposes of this hearing, and ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, this is the report that was submitted about these tests.
And you prepared this?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, for the purpose of this hearing, we would move into evidence what's marked as states Exhibit 175.
It's allowed.
At this point, I'm going to be getting into the conclusions and opinions that will probably take me about at least 30 minutes to do that. I don't know whether
That's not already stated. I guess already stated.
All right.
now, with all the information that you had gathered,
He looks like he's trying to take a poop. Man, that was bad. That they did him dirty right there. Now I gotta figure out. Crap. I hate when this happens. Have I told y'all? I haven't told you today how much I hate this website. Now I gotta figure out where we
here's
were.
a test. I'm going to offer it as evidence.
Timestamp.
In this area, it would be my look at my report specifically. On top of that, so 3/16 inches to create the stain that I saw in the front of those pants.
I'm going to offer it as evidence and ask it to be published to the jury. I will have specific questions as it relates to aspects of this.
With these surfaces, but what is significant and will go to my opinion by Detective Art Holland and
Which mark we're talking about on it?
both marks to a source of blood when it was impacted.
Yes. Let me show you what's marked as state's exhibit.
Yes, that's correct.
And where were they located specifically?
One was located on
Opinion with respect to the comparison of those things.
my opinion was that it was consistent with the stains that I had made were consistent with the stains there. And what I mean by that is that the transfer that I made as a test exhibited attributes or it exhibited points that were consistent with what I saw at the scene and what we have photographs of.
And that's with respect to what's marked as State's Exhibit P233A?
Yes, that's correct.
What about with regard to what's marked as State's Exhibit P232?
Yes, there, again, the sharp edges and all in this, on this area of the bottom landing to the left side of the victim's left leg demonstrates the same characteristics that are similar characteristics to those on step 15 and to my poster boards.
Now, what with respect to these conclusions as it relates to the blow poke and at least what's marked here, State's Exhibit P233A, did you prepare a report?
Yes, I did.
You know, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 114 for the purposes of this hearing. Do you recognize this?
I'm sorry. Yes, I do. This is the report that that I produced and which gave my what I did in this case and also the conclusion for that. I'm sorry, what I did for this specific item and the conclusion.
Now, at this point, we move in evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 114 for the purpose of this hearing.
No objection for purposes of the hearing.
You know, we would also, well, may I approach the witness again, please?
Yes.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 113. I think you talked about clothing that you looked at. Did you prepare a report as it related to that examination?
Yes, I did.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 113.
That is my report.
Your Honor, for the purpose of this hearing, we would move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 113.
So,
Your Honor, this one, please. All right, no other questions of the witness at this time.
All right, Mr. Ruoff, how do you want to proceed?
Judge, obviously, since Mr. Maher is not here and since he's been helping me with this part of the case and I need to consult with him, it seems to me, given how many opinions we have here, that it's going to take a little while for this voir dire in the morning. I'm just wondering whether the court might want to have the clerk contact the jurors and have them perhaps come in for the afternoon session rather than the morning session. I don't know if the clerk can do that, but that might make sense because I think a good part of the morning session is going to be taken up on voir dire here.
Well, I mean, she should know how to get in contact with him. I'll give it a shot if that's what y'all want to do. Right?
Well, I just think that, I mean, Mr. Harden took over an hour just doing his, getting at the opinions, and obviously I need to explore some of those, not all of them, but it's going to take me a little bit of time. And
Well, I don't care about that. I'm just saying I don't know if she can reach the juror. She can give it a shot.
well, if we can, I guess it would be better rather than having him sit around here.
All right, and assuming she can get them, you all agree on them coming in at what time?
12. You want, well, what, I mean, assuming we took, say, an hour and a half for our hearing and we finished it, and I'll start whenever time the court wishes to start. If we can just have some.
Okay, well, we just, if that's what y'all want to do, we're just going to have to reconstruct
Yes, sir.
our day. So it doesn't really matter to me, but I need to know what time.
I have never in my life heard an attorney ask for so much extra time during a trial. He wants breaks to get ready. He wants breaks to have voir dires. What? I don't understand why he's not ready. It's crazy. No wonder this trial took so long.
You want to come in to...
If we got the jurors, if perhaps they could come in.
Well, let's assume we get them, because I think we can probably get them.
If they could come in, say, what time would you?
I don't know how long it's going to take, but it doesn't matter to me.
Why don't we just have them come in for the afternoon session at 12:45, and that way we'll all have a chance to have some lunch before they get here. And if the hearing runs over a little bit, we won't be keeping them waiting. That would be my suggestion.
What time do you want to get here?
Oh, I'll get here whatever time the court wants to start. Whatever time the court wants to start, I'm happy to be here.
I drop both my kids off at school right out there at 8 o'clock in the morning.
I can be here.
I come right down here to my office. So
I know that Ms. Black may have.
I'm here every morning at 8:15.
Well, I mean, I can start at 8:15 or 8:30. I know Ms. Black may have some issues, and
okay,
I'll start as early as the court wants to start.
Y'all work it out over there. What time do you want to start?
9:30.
Tuesday. 9:30 on Tuesday.
9:30.
Miss Clerk, do you have all the numbers? Why don't you give it a shot? Do you all want her to try to let you know whether she's reached everybody?
I don't think it really matters. I mean, if we can, it'd be great, but if we can't, we still have to do the hearing. So
Yeah, if we can't, we just have to let someone know who didn't make it, or we can send the sheriff out there. I don't know. I want to do that. But she's been able most of the time to contact people, except for Mr. Ham. But he was in Baltimore then. He's not in Baltimore. Okay, we're going to meet at 9:30. We're going to have the jurors come in at 12:45. And you know how to get in contact with me. You know how to get in contact with me if something comes up with the jurors. Yeah. I can't think anything else. Anything else you can think of we need to talk about right now? All right, 9:30, Mr. Deputy.
All set? Yes.
He has resting goofy face. He always has a goofy look on his face. He's just goofy looking.
Good morning.
Good morning.
At the end of the day yesterday, Mr. Harden was going through with you a number of your opinions. And what I tried to do over the evening was to try to get those all in a list, because there were quite a number. So what I'd like to start with is to hand you Defense Exhibit 179 for purposes of this hearing, and ask you to take a minute and go through that list. And if there's anything in there that I've left out, any opinions that you have that are not reflected there, if there's any bases for any opinions that are not reflected there, here's a pen, and please feel free to fill in anything or if I've misstated something, please feel free to correct it.
Now, if I might say, that I wouldn't be able to probably in a short period of time here on the stand put everything that caused me to have these opinions after a year's worth of work. So I hope I won't be held to whatever I write on this piece of paper.
Just do the best you can.
Thank you.
Yes.
It would appear after the first paragraph that this is going to take some time to be able to do this. I don't know if this is, you want to take the time for me to do this on the stand or?
Yes, that's why I asked you to do it. I mean, if you'd rather step down, that's fine. But I think overall it will end up speeding things up if we have a basis in writing for what you're saying. So if you prefer to step down, I can ask the judge to have you do that. But this is really what I need to do to begin to ask you the question, sir.
Well, I would prefer to go to a desk somewhere.
I would,
if I have,
I would object to that. It seems to me that Mr. Rudolph heard all the direct examination as related to this hearing. He has his own notes. He can walk through these notes, and as the witness is asked about aspects of these notes, he can clarify that orally. That's why we're not in front of the jury. I would object that Agent Deaver be required to do that in the format that's proposed by the defendant.
What is it you want him to do, Mr.?
I'm just asking him to review this to see if it's accurate or inaccurate, and if there's anything that he needs to add it. If there's anything that I've left out, to let me know that. I mean, I guess I could go through them one by one and ask the questions, but it seemed to me it was.
Well, I'm not sure he understands what he's supposed to write. What is it you want him to write then?
Well, if there's anything, for example, well, you know what? I'll just go through the questions. We'll do it that way.
I mean, I don't.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll go through the questions. We'll do it that way.
All right.
With regard to paragraph number 1 there. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
One of your opinions was that at least 2 blows, a minimum of 2 blows, was struck at the 2 points of origin that you identified yesterday in the northeast corner, correct?
That's correct.
And that opinion was based on, number 1, a fan-shaped pattern on the north wall, correct?
Yes, and also on the east wall.
Yeah, well, I was going to get to that. That's B.
Okay.
Okay. The fact that there were a lot of very small spatters showing directionality from the right, which would be the east, to the left, which would be the west, within that fan, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the larger spatters that were at the outer ends of the fan, right?
Okay, yes, and I would change in the first paragraph that a majority of the drops were small drops.
Fine.
In those patterns.
No problem. So it should read with a majority of very small spatters.
And also that measurements of 42 drops in the 2, doing a reconstruction off of those 2 walls caused me to have that.
Very well.
That conclusion. Actually, that's really not an opinion. That's a construction.
Okay, so you're talking about the stringing.
Yes.
The measurements you made by the string.
That's correct.
All right. And then B under that was the fan-shaped pattern on the east wall. I guess we should change that to with a majority of very small spatters.
That would be correct.
Showing directionality from left or north to right, including some spatters behind the lift chair.
Yes. Actually, some of those drops were actually going going upward.
Okay.
In that. There were some that were going, as you have described, but they're also going upward. And on both of those, there are also 90-degree drops, round drops that would measure 90 degrees on both of those walls.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so we need to add to both of those paragraphs the presence of 90-degree drops and on the east wall, the presence of some spatter going upward.
And 90-degree drops.
Yes, and 90 degrees.
Okay, yes.
All right, anything else that you can think of right now that contributed to your opinion about the 2 points of origin in the northeast corner?
Okay, going back to the lift chair on the east wall.
Yes, sir.
The blood spatters behind that lift chair are of limiting angle. Okay, I like you put that down. That's a good one.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Professor, the limiting angle.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
That's all I can think of at the moment.
All right. Your second opinion was that at least 1 blow was struck at the point of origin along the west wall?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was based on several things as I was able to reconstruct it. Number 1, a fan-shaped pattern with Should we put majority of very small spatter?
Well, they were all very small. It's a small pattern, so that's fine.
With very small spatter on the west wall near step 15.
That's correct.
The cast off on the west wall near step 15, which you attributed to a sudden stop of a weapon.
Yes, that would actually be at steps 12 and 13.
I'm sorry.
Between steps 12 and 13, kind of over the riser area, but yes, to be more correct.
When you say over the riser area, I'm not sure.
Well, the riser between, if you've got step 12 and you've got step 13, there's a riser between.
Oh, so it's actually
coming down right at the riser there, and above that.
I'm sorry. And above that on the step, you mean?
Above that on the wall, going up the wall.
Okay. I got you. All right. And there's some finger-like transfers?
Yes, on that west wall, close to that area. Yes, that's good.
And then I think you also talked about the cast-off on the west wall in the header over the stairs out in the hallway area.
Yes, and that west wall would be west of the west wall.
Yes, sir.
That's across from the doorway to the stairs.
Yes, the one out in the hallway.
That's correct.
All right. Anything else that you relied upon with regard to the opinion you had with regard to the point of order? Well, you also had the stringing, correct?
Yes, I did.
What kind of contraband?
Anything else?
Additionally, for that, I used experience of having looked for small spatter stains in many crime scenes over the years to determine, many times where these things begin. Also, if you would like to put there, the amount of blood with all of these stains is consistent throughout. In other words, there's a small amount of blood in the cast off on the header and the west wall across from the door. There's a small amount of blood in the spatter pattern itself. And there's a small amount of blood on the cast off that I described as a sudden stop. Those are all consistent with each other in the amounts of blood that are present, and it's quite significant.
Okay. Anything else?
Not that I can think of.
All right. Opinion number 3 was that Kathleen Peterson's head came in contact with the north door molding, and I think you said at 46 inches and then perhaps lower down than that, correct?
Just a second, I'm not sure. 46 inches. The pattern goes to a height of 46 inches. The hair transfer of itself is just a little bit below that. There's a finger transfer at about 36 inches, and the hair would be between that, so within about 10 inches of the top.
Okay. So, somewhere within 10 inches, would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
All right. And that was based on the hair transfer stains and the finger transfer stains, and I think you also said the blood on the victim's feet?
That's correct.
Anything else?
Not that I can remember.
Next one was that Kathleen Peterson's head came in contact with the bottom of the south door molding, correct?
Correct.
And that was based on some blood transfer that you saw on the outer molding, correct?
Yes.
Which was sort of just a generalized transfer. I don't think you saw any fingers or hair on that.
No, actually there is hair transfer at the bottom of that molding.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. You were saying on the outer molding.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me check that. I apologize. I'm sorry. The hair transfers on the inner molding.
Yes, sir. Okay, so it was just a generalized transfer on the outer molding, correct?
Yes.
And a blood transfer on the inner molding with a hair transfer at the bottom of that inner molding, right?
Correct.
And then finger-like transfers on the inner molding, right?
Correct.
Anything else that contributed to your opinion with regard to her head coming into contact with the south door molding?
That's all I can remember.
Number 5, was an opinion that something, I don't think you indicated exactly what, but correct me if I'm wrong, impacted at or very near the surface of step 17.
Okay, actually, there's evidence that there were impacts. In other words, a source of blood came in contact or impacted step number 17, creating blood spatters or impact spatters on the molding on the east side of that step and on the riser between step 17 and 16. Some of that blood spatter is round or circular, of course, indicating 90 degrees to the surface. What you have here? A little bit.
Well, what I had was 90-degree spatters on the riser between steps 17 and 16, correct?
Also on that molding.
Right.
There's a piece of molding.
Okay, and on the east molding, correct?
Yes.
And then the very small spatter size.
Yes.
All right. Anything else that was based on?
No.
All right. Next one was that something impacted, and again, you couldn't tell what that thing was in either step 17 or step 16, could you? Just that something, some source with blood impacted?
It's the source of blood. Yes, I have an opinion.
And your opinion is?
The opinion would be the source of blood for the victim in the back of her head.
Okay. And is that based on anything in particular?
Yeah, that's based on study of the autopsy report, study of the clothing, study of the stains in the scene themselves, of the scene itself.
Tell me how all to your opinion that it was her head.
Well, the other sources of blood would have been perhaps clothing or other things, and they would have produced different transfer stains at the point of origin there.
How so?
Well, I mean, if you took a piece of clothing or wrapped a piece of towel around your hand with blood on it and impacted it, it would produce a different looking stain than the smear that I saw there.
How so?
Well, because it would produce a cloth-like pattern, and it would produce a more consistent stain throughout the middle of that stain. And so looking at that, based on experience with those kinds of things, and that's what I base my opinion on.
All right. Anything else in terms of it being a head rather than, say, a piece of body in clothing, bloody clothing?
No.
All right. Next one was that something impacted step 16. Do you believe that's a head as well?
I do. It would be my opinion that that's so, but for factual purposes, it would be a source of blood.
Okay. Impacted step 16, I think you said very forcefully near the east molding and the bottom of the lift chair. And I think you said in that impact was not consistent with a fall, in your opinion.
That's correct, and that would also go to the reason that I believe that it was a head, because it would be a harder object coming in contact with that step, producing that force.
All right, and that was based on the smear at the edge of step 16.
Yes.
And the small spatter on step 16 with spine-like characteristics?
Correct.
And the small spatter on the riser between step 16 and 15?
And also the spatter on the end of the rail for the lift chair, which had some 90 degree, which was perfectly round, had 90 degree characteristics also.
Okay.
And the spatter that was on the lift chair itself.
There's going to be a lot more on the blood spatter. A lot more. And I'm not sure this is day 3 because I'm not breaking it up in the same way they're breaking it up. He's got like 13 parts, I think. And I don't know which part we're on. 3 or 4. Maybe 4. So there's a lot. And the jury said that it was mainly his testimony that made them decide that he was guilty. So that was one of the reasons why he got a new trial, because Deaver lied. So, unfortunately, we got a lot more blood spatter to go. Why? Is it broken? Jeez. I wish I had gone outside to see if I could see the rocket. But I didn't, because I was lazy. I was watching something on TV and I didn't want to go outside.
Anything else?
That's all I can remember at the moment.
All right. Now, I think you also indicated that, and we may have already covered this, that the blood began at the point of origin near that west wall, near step 15, and it was your opinion that Mr. Peterson would have been standing outside the stairwell in the hallway when that blow was struck. Is that correct?
No. Actually, it would be my opinion that we're talking about the west wall with the impact and the two cast-offs, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it would be my opinion that the actions that were in the stairwell themselves could have begun there because of the amount of blood with all those things that were there. Yes, it would be my opinion that the individual wielding the weapon would have been to the outside of the stairwell, but that the actions began there, I cannot say, because impacts not creating blood spatter could have begun in some other part of the house.
And I don't mean to imply that, I guess, and that's why I said that the blood began in that particular paragraph. I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is that whether that was the first impact or, whether it was the second impact or some subsequent impact, that when that impact was struck, are you saying that Mr. Peterson would have been in the hallway or in the stairwell?
I'm saying that it would be consistent with the cast-off that I saw, that he would be in the hallway outside the stairs.
All right. So is it your opinion then that when that impact was struck, he was in the hallway?
Well, no, I can't say. I can't say where he specifically is. Actually, let me go back. The weapon to produce that cast-off would have been swung through the hallway in some manner. His specific position, I can't say in the stairwell in and of itself, whether he's on step 18, a foot up on step 18, and that would be somewhat in the stairwell. I can't say. But to produce that cast off in the hallway, that weapon would have had to have been swung in an arc in the hallway area. And it would be my opinion that it could have created that impact spatter at step 15 at the same time that it did that. His specific position, I can't say.
All right. And what you did just express an opinion on was based on the cast off in the hallway and then the small number of spatters, the small amount of cast off, the consistency that you talked about earlier.
Consistency of the blood quantity, yes. Uh-huh.
Anything else?
Not at this time.
All right. Another opinion you had was that some source of blood, I put here someone with blood, but we can just say a source of blood, walked up the stairs at some point, right?
Yes, from the evidence I saw, drips on the steps and the small impact spatter that was on the below the top landing, that it would be my opinion that someone with blood on them was moving up the steps.
All right. Next opinion on the next page was that someone with blood on them had contacted that kitchen cabinet near the south wall, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was based on the transfer pattern you observed on the handle and on the shelf inside?
Yes.
And on the blood drop on the kitchen counter below?
Yes, that's correct.
Anything else?
No.
Next one was that Michael Peterson was in close proximity to Kathleen Peterson when at least one impact occurred, correct?
Well, actually, that would be when 2 impacts occurred, based on the clothing in and of themselves.
Okay. In other words, the first impact might not have created the spatter.
No, what I'm talking about here is that the shoes and the pants show separate conditions of the source of blood at the time that blood stains came in contact with them.
All right, well, that may take into account then 10 out of 11. That was based on the spatter inside the shorts, which was, I think you characterized as very small, correct?
Correct.
The spatter on the back of the shorts?
Actually, it would be the inside of the shorts on the right leg and in the crotch area on the back of the right leg. It's actually in the crotch area, but it's toward the back of the right leg.
Spatter in the crotch area on the back of the right leg?
Yes.
All right. The spatter on his shoes?
Actually, the spatter on my shoes would be a different matter. If I might go back to the spatter on his pants,
yes, sir.
It would be my opinion that the source of blood was below
yes, sir.
The area of his pants. The shoes, it would be my opinion that the source of blood was above the shoes.
Right, but in terms of proximity, the spatter on the shoes plays a role in your opinion that he was in proximity.
Yes, and that would be based on the very small spatters themselves, and also on the distribution of the spatters on those two items of clothing.
Right, that's number 11A, right? The different directionalities of the spatter.
No, that's not the same thing.
Okay, what were you talking about then?
I was talking about the distribution of the pattern itself, how far apart the drops are.
Okay.
And I call that, just for simplicity purposes, fanning out, and also the small size of the spatters.
Now, are we talking about the shorts or the shoes?
Both.
So you saw fanning?
On the shorts.
On the shorts?
Yeah, and then the small size of the drops on the shoes and the shorts.
Did you see fanning on the shoes?
No.
So was there anything about the distribution of the pattern on the shoes that had anything to do with anything?
Yes, what was important about the distribution on the shoes was goes to my opinion that the shoes were in motion, which is a little lower, I think.
That's just the different directionalities, right?
Yes, that's directionalities.
Okay. What about the distribution of the pattern? Anything about the distribution?
No. As far as fan shape or proximity to the drops or anything, they were different. The sources were different. So.
Okay. Next one was that the shoe, the Converse, came into contact with Kathleen Peterson's leg when she was face down.
Yes.
And that was based on the location of that transfer pattern on the leg of the sweatpants, correct?
Yes, and it's also based on my opinion that, and this goes toward my opinion in that, is that she was face up and face down in that scene at some time. So I take that into account also for that.
Okay, well, that's the very next number here, which is why I was suggesting.
Well, I realize that, but I wanted that's part of the. That's part of causing me to have an opinion that shoe came in contact. There are other things in that scene that would show her face down in the scene other than just the shoe print on the back.
Such as what?
Such as the fact that there were impacts, my opinion, to the back of the head, which would cause the face to be down.
Okay. So would it be your opinion then that she was lying flat when those impacts were?
No, it would not be my opinion, but she was face down. In other words, her face was facing the floor
okay, but
when those impacts were occurred.
Not on the floor.
I don't have any evidence of her face on the floor, no.
And the next one was that there was movement after bloodshed started, correct? that Kathleen Peterson was sometimes standing after bloodshed started, sometimes face up, sometimes face down?
Yes, and I guess you would have to say there was movement of the victim.
Okay. Well, could you tell if there was movement of anybody else?
Well, there's movement of the wearer of the shoes.
That gets back to that directionality spatter.
Yes.
Okay.
And there would have to be movement of the person wielding the weapon, creating the impacts, because they would have to change positions also.
Okay, so the person, because the victim was moving, obviously, if someone's trying to hit her.
Well, what I'm talking about are the points of impact are in different places. So,
right.
Yes.
All right, so number 13 then would be based on the different points of impact, the blood on the bottom of her feet, and the location of the lacerations.
Well, no, that's not. You did get that. It's my opinion that the source of bleeding for the points of impact in space, what I'm calling out in space, would have been. My opinion would be that her head, the back of her head, would be up. Okay.
Right. No, I heard that.
Okay.
Number 13 is simply the movement.
Yeah, and I'm there's a lot of other things in there that are the cause of that. Also, the impact on step number 16 would be the indication to me that that it was face up. And also, it would be my opinion that there were impacts to the back of the head on 17, which would indicate face up.
Okay. Anything else?
That's all I can remember at the moment.
All right. And you have a copy of that, or I'll give you a copy of that so that if you think of anything else, you'll be able to add to it. Would that be all right?
Sure.
That 14 was that Michael Peterson was wearing the shoes during this event, right?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I did not give that opinion.
Oh.
The wearer of the shoes did those things. There's no way I can put, from blood spatter, put Mr. Peterson in those shoes.
Okay, so
my opinion is that those shoes were being worn during the assault, based on the blood spatter that are on them, the blood in the soles of the shoes, the transfer stains that are on the shoes, and the shoe sole transfer that is on the back of the right leg of the victim's pants. No, blood staining, an analysis of blood stains would not allow me to put any specific persons, because the shoes, the photographs I have, the shoes were off.
Okay.
They were lying on the floor.
So just so we're clear, on that top of page 4 there, in addition to the size of the spatter on the shoes, the directionality of the spatter on the shoes, we need to add transfer stains on the shoes, the shoe sole transfer on the leg, blood on the soles of the shoes, and I think you also said yesterday that the shorts having impact spatter played a role in that, or did I get that wrong? Played a role in your opinion of
the shoes?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
What I said is that if the wearer of the shoes and the wearer of the pants are the same person, then we have two separate events.
All right. And that's number 15, right? That the shoes received blood when Kathleen Peterson was standing, while the shorts received blood when she was on the ground or down.
Down, below the surface of the pants.
Okay.
Okay. If you permit me a second.
Yes, sir.
That would be about right.
All right. And the basis of those are put accurately?
Yes.
All right. Anything else led you to that opinion?
I can't remember
All right.
anything more at the moment.
All right. Number 16 gets to this tool mark, and that your opinion that the bloody marks on step 15 and next to Kathleen Peterson's left leg out on the hallway were, I think, A, both made by the same object, and B, that object is consistent with the blow poke. Is that your opinion?
No. My opinion is that the transfer stain on step number 15 exhibits characteristics similar to those that I made on a piece of poster with that blow poke.
Okay.
The picture that was shown me of the mark beside the victim demonstrates similar characteristics and could be consistent with that. Could be. I don't have a one-to-one photograph of that mark. To me, they look very similar, but I couldn't say with a great degree of assurity that it is, though it appears to be from the photograph.
Well, I guess I'm trying to, do you have an opinion or do you not have an opinion about whether that mark that's next to her left leg is consistent or not consistent with the blow poke?
My opinion on that would be that there are similarities that are consistent with what I see on step number 15 and what I made on mine. When I look at it, it looks very similar. I was unable to do much more of a study with that.
Thanks, sir. And with regard to those opinions, with regard to the mark on step 15 and the mark next to the left leg, that was based on, I think, the sharp edges of those stains, correct? The test performed by you in April of 2003 and a visual comparison.
Yes, and there are some measurements that I took a look at on this blow poke that was provided to me also, and off of a one-to-one photograph.
All right. Anything else?
Not that I can remember.
Next one was that there was cleanup inside that stairway, right?
Yes.
And that was based on a number of things. If you could just take a look at the 6 items that I listed there and tell me if A, they're accurate, and B, if I've left anything out.
To the best of my memory, that looks complete.
All right, sir.
Oh, okay. Also, no, that's complete.
Is that complete?
Yes, as far as I can remember.
Number 18, it was your opinion there was an impact after an effort to clean the north wall, and that was based on the spatter that you found on top of the smear.
That's correct.
Anything else?
No.
And the next and final one that I had was that step 17 was cleaned after Kathleen Peterson's body was put in its final position, correct?
That's correct.
And that was based on the fact that most of step 17 had no blood?
Yes, that would be based on the impact spatters that were found on the molding and riser, molding of step 17 in the east wall, the riser with step 17 and step 16. And also, if the victim's body were on step number 17, you would expect transfer stains, smears, runs, and I would have expected to find those things. Now, I would have expected her body to have been there at some time because I found impacts in space over that step, and my opinion would be that there were impacts on that step. And then step number 16, there's an impact up against the east wall, and I would have expected that the body, that's low, and I would have expected that the body would have been in that area also.
All right. So you, just so I'm clear then, what you're saying is that you think that it was cleaned after her body was put in its final position because there was no spatter where you would have expected to see spatter?
That's correct. And her body having been moved, for instance, if the step had been cleaned anytime when the body were on another step or another part of that area and the body were moved past that step, then I would have expected to find, a smear stain on top of a clean step, for instance. And so that's why my opinion is that the step was cleaned after the body was placed in the position that I saw it in the picture, in the photographs.
All right. Now, let me, you relied on a couple of general principles, and I want to make sure I understand them. Did you say that you can tell cast off in part by the size of the drops?
Yes, that's one of the determinations that are used for that.
And I think you said that cast off would be in between the size of low impact spatter or a drop of blood and medium impact spatter, such as you would get with a blunt force injury to the head?
No, what I said was that in general terms, the force that's used to make a cast off would produce stains of size in between what gravity produces and what an impact would produce. Now, I say generally because you could increase the force by increasing speed, and all of these things. I'm very conservative in the way that I take a look at blood drops because some forces, some actions could create more force and change these. So my explanations were in general terms.
Well, in this, would it be your opinion that the impacts that created the wounds on Kathleen Peterson's head, you've seen those wounds?
I've seen the autopsy report.
You've not seen the pictures?
Yes, I have.
Would it be your opinion that the impacts that created those wounds would create spatter that was smaller?
Yeah. I asked earlier. Can't talk today for some reason. I hate making pom-poms. So I asked earlier if it looked good. And nobody answered me except for Marty, who just said he needed another ear. Because at the time, he only had one ear. And nobody commented on the pom-pom. I hate making pom-poms. Because if you don't do it right, they fall apart. But I think I did a good job on that one. And then this is going to be Rue, and he sits inside of Kanga's couch. And this is going to be, I don't know how to sew his head on. This is going to be Roger Rabbit. And then he's going to have, this is his little shorts, and he's going to have legs and then suspenders over that. And this is going to be a birthday present from it was going to be a get well present because he just had surgery. But I didn't get it done in time. Because I'm making all these other things for that thing in July I've got a deadline for. But I'm going to see him in May, so now I need to get that done. But I want to surprise him with it. So I was texting his best friend because I don't know how to surprise him, so I'm going to need her help.
Then cast-off spatter.
Well, in this particular scene, yes, because I actually have a picture of the impact spatter on the west wall, and which is right beside the cast-off stain, and the difference in the size of the drops is quite remarkable, actually. Now, when we're talking about these, we're talking about a pattern as a whole. There are large drops that occur in impact spatters of every kind. And on the north wall especially, there are large drops throughout that pattern. The majority of these impact spatters, though, have quite small drops in them. And that's what these analyses are based on.
All right, sir. And let me just, if I may mark this as Exhibit 180. May I approach? Yes. You show you what I've marked as Exhibit 180 and ask you if those are the notes that you wrote out on December 9th of 2001.
Seem to be missing 2 pages.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see what pages I'm missing. Maybe.
Do you have? Maybe not. You're just missing one.
Let me go back to the.
It's a KI page and an L page.
KI and an L. Oh, you know what? I probably let me mark these. So are those the ones we're talking about?
That's correct.
Okay.
That seems to be a complete set.
All right. And are these then all the notes that you took while at the house on December 9th?
I believe that is correct.
All right. Yes. Yes. Now, in connection with those diagrams, you did diagrams there.
Yes, very rough.
I was going to say, they don't really indicate numbers of spatters, correct?
No.
Or size of spatters.
Yes, they do indicate size of spatters. In my measurements for especially for the 42 drops.
I'm sorry, I don't mean, I'm talking about the diagrams now.
I'm sorry?
The diagrams, not the chart here.
Well, the chart would have been part of my work, I mean.
Okay, so for those 42 drops, you had specific measurements.
Yes.
But of course, there are a lot more than 42 drops there.
Yes, there are a lot more.
And with regard to the other drops, you didn't have any indication of the sizes of those in your notes.
Well,
or did you? I mean,
no. Basically, no, I did not.
Okay. And directionality, you had just some really, well, for example, on the north wall there, you didn't really say anything about directionality, did you?
No, I did not.
As a matter of fact, from your diagram, it almost looks like the directionalities are in two different directions, doesn't it?
Well, I use my diagrams to help me orient myself to photographs, and I use the photographs to do to allow me to go back and do those things.
I see. So then it'd be fair to say, I take it, that most of your opinions here would be based on your subsequent looking at the photographs as opposed to your sketches from the scene.
Well, I use both of them together and other information over a period of about a year to accomplish that. But going back to, I mean, there was work that was done in the scene in and of itself, especially the reconstructions that you know.
Well, I understand. We've got the reconstructions. Let's put those to one side for a second. 3 points of origin. Other than the 3 points of origin, the work you did in interpreting the spatters on the wall and what directions they were going in and what kind of spatter they were and that sort of stuff was done from the photographs, correct?
And yes, in my experience at being in the scene.
Well, did you remember specific little blood drops at the scene?
No, that's what the photographs are for, the specifics. I mean, I was in the stairwell 5 hours or so, and looking at these things carefully. I made rough diagrams to help me orient myself on the photographs, but the work done inside there was done so that when I look at the photographs, I know what I'm looking at. I've seen that stuff before. I've spent time studying it. It's no different than if you were to make some kind of a poster or something and sit there and study it. That goes to all of this.
Now, did you ever segregate the pattern areas at all and conduct a drop count?
No, I did not.
That's something that blood spatter people do on occasion, isn't it?
Not to my knowledge.
You don't do it.
I don't do it.
Did you get any figures, percentages of the percentages of small drops versus large drops in any given area?
No.
Now, getting back to the question about telling cast-off spatter from impact spatter. In your notes, did you identify any kind of cast-off spatter?
Yes, I did.
Where is that?
It's on one of the pages that you left out, KI.
Okay.
And it would be the diagram of I. That would be the west wall that was in my opinion.
Okay. Any other places where you identified cast off?
No, I don't believe I did.
All right. And would it then be fair to say that if you've identified other areas of cast off, that would be based on your looking at the photographs?
Well, it would be based on my on the entire study and the photographs and study. I mean, looking through my notes, I give general impressions of what I see and feel through experience at the scene, and then I go back and use the materials that I have been given to begin to analyze and to come to those determinations. It would be, I didn't come to these conclusions at the scene. It took a great deal of work, and that's what bloodstain pattern analysis is about.
Well, I mean, when did you come to any conclusions about what was at the scene?
When did I come to the conclusions about the scene?
When did you come to any? You said you didn't come to all these. When did you come to any conclusion?
I did come to a conclusion that night. The question that was based to me is, or was, were the stains consistent with a fall, or were the stains consistent with something else? That's the question that was posed to me.
Right.
And so thinking about that before I went into the scene, I would be looking for stains or impacts on a surface. Floor, stairs, wall, chair, those kinds of things. And so what I did to answer that question in the beginning was to go to the walls and to do a reconstruction. If there were points of impact in space, in other words, above a surface or in front of a surface or whatever.
Yeah, but now I'm not so sure, because this is court TV and we're getting it from that view. But when Brent was on the stand, we were just getting him. And in the documentary, when Brent was on the stand, we were getting this view. Because I remember watching Freda, whatever, however we say her name, Black's expression when Brent said that some of his clients were lawyers and one judge, and she blushed and giggled, and the camera was right on her. And so that's why I thought it might be the documentary crew. But now I don't know. Maybe it's court TV, and I don't know why he's in a box, unless it's just to make him not as noticeable. Because I didn't notice him for the longest time. Y'all were talking about camera puppet theater, and I was like, what are you guys talking about? And then I noticed him. But still, that's kind of weird to put him in a box. So I don't know. Court TV always has a camera on the lawyers and on the witnesses, but I've never seen one in a box before. So I don't know. Maybe it is a documentary crew.
Then I could tell the investigators at that point that there were stains inconsistent with impacts on a surface, and it would be my opinion that this is not a fall that's involved. That was rendered that night. That was told to Detective Holland, and that was the basis of the beginning. The rest of the materials were not put together until I believe I issued a report on my findings in October of 1992, which is sometime later. And again, a lot of work to be honest.
Now, with regard to the stringing, how long did you actually work on that, picking out the points and doing your stringing and figuring out all these angles and coming up with the points of origin?
I don't know exactly, but it was probably a couple of hours. You go in and you pick the drops out of the pattern. That was 2 walls, making up your table, doing your mathematics. It was a tight area. It was difficult to work in, and so I asked for assistance, as I've testified to. And it was probably, a couple of hours.
I'm sorry. Are you done?
Yes.
Just to follow up on that, because you did mention that yesterday with Mr. Harden. Just so I'm clear, how did you select which stains you were going to use in your analysis?
Well, you go in by experience and select stains that are representative of each pattern. The smaller stains give you a more a better result, and so you go in and select those kinds of stains, and it's done by experience, and you select them randomly also. I mean, throughout the pattern you're selecting those stains.
When you say smaller stains are better, why is that?
Well, the science says that those stains become spherical. In other words, when a stain is when blood is impacted, those blood drops, as they come off of the impact site, they become spherical or round. Okay, and the smaller stains become spherical more quickly, and so when they strike the surface, they're giving you a more exact droplet to make measurements off of, and so you go through and pick those by experience again to do that, and that gives you a more exact point of origin in there. Another thing that was very useful in this case was you love to find a wall that gives you a good stain like this one did, but you really love to find a corner. And so I went straight to this corner, which did a lot for me. It got me up inside, away from some of the other matters of people, who were in front of the stairs and stuff. But it gives you a triangulation. In other words, and as you move off of 2 walls, it really gives you a very good point of origin to work with. And so it was a good.
Now, just so I'm clear, then, did you intentionally then look for small drops as drops in your pattern?
I did look for some small drops. I looked for some larger drops to include in there also. But I looked for, a selection throughout the pattern of different size drops and those things.
And physically, how did the stringing process work?
Physically?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I actually marked the drops on the walls so that I could go back to those, made a table, made my measurements, and put those measurements in the table. I then sat down and started.
Let me stop for a second. I mean physically, like who held the string and how was it attached to the wall? And
okay. It was attached to the wall by tape. Okay. I have some tape, white special tape that I use to attach it to the wall. I did the attaching of all the strings.
Right.
Each string was pulled with a protractor on the wall, and for a period of time, Mr. George, I believe it was sitting on the stairs and helping me with that. In other words, I would hand him a string and he would hold it. And I did that for a while with him just to see, as I was doing my work, to see where these things were going. Okay. And then
Well, to see where these things were going?
Yeah, see where my strings were coming out to.
I see.
Okay, in general terms.
Yes, sir.
And then he went on about his work, and then I put a rod in there, which is a ring stand rod, which has a base plate, and you screw a rod into it, onto the step. And then I went back and started putting the strings on and taping those on the rod.
Okay. By the way, when you say small spatters, what are we talking about? When you characterize something as for example, a very small spatter, well, what are you talking about?
Well, I would say, very, very small would be somewhere in there.
And so what was the size, when you say, for example, there are a lot of small spatter on the north wall, what size range are we talking about?
We're talking about some in the area of tenths of millimeters, and in that size, from a millimeter and below. A lot of the stains were.
So are you saying that a majority of the stains were a millimeter or below?
I'd say a lot of them were. The majority would probably be, I could go back and look, but a tenth of a millimeter to I believe I have a picture with a rule in it.
Well, but that would only tell you how big that one area, how the stains were in that one area, right?
Well, no, you can use that to also do, you can go in and look at the size of drops with that. You've got an inch on there, and you can look at those.
Well, but all that would tell you would be the size of the drops in the area that's on the photograph.
Well, sure, that's a part of the pattern.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And I guess my question is, when you look at the whole wall, a majority of the spatter was small. Under what size?
The majority of the spatter would have been in the tenths of millimeters to 3 millimeters or so.
Are you saying that a majority of the spatters was less than 3 millimeters?
No, I'm giving you a range from tenths of millimeters to 3 millimeters.
And I'm asking you whether you can tell me, and maybe you can't, a point at which you can say the majority of the stains were less than X.
No, I can't tell you that.
By the way, does an impact always cause a fan shake?
No, it would be dependent upon the surface or the target that it strikes. It would also depend upon the source of blood and the surface that it is on. But that's a general characteristic that's given. And when you go in and do your general observations of these things, if they're there, you use it.
I understand that. When you said it depends on the surface and that's struck, is that?
Yes.
In what way?
Well, you may have, surface that's somewhat confined in its ability to allow the blood to come out. I can't think of an example right now, but if it's channeled in some way, you're going to produce. You're not going to allow that there won't be that fan shape. There's a lot of variables on the way these things are produced.
By the way, was there any particular reason you didn't take a photograph of the stringing?
No particular reason. That's not something that I do. I can only remember a couple of times that I did take photographs of stringing. The strings are a tool to achieve a result, much like a microscope or something else. And a photograph of the strings would just be a photograph of strings. No one would be able to go back and determine if the stringing was correct or proper in any way, because you'd have to make the measurements and do it yourself. In fact, there are tools, computer programs and stuff that use no stringing that basically just draw you a diagram of what your input has been in that, so there would be no stringing in that either.
Right. But you can use those. You use the stringing technique.
Yes, I did.
have you used any of those computer programs at all?
I have in earlier times done some work for the SBI on these, but just as an analysis, not to use them.
Okay. Did you actually pick and measure with a protractor and draw a string to any drops that you ended up not using in your final calculation?
There are, from time to time, there are drops that we call them flyers. I don't remember specifically in this case if there were drops that went off, but there are some times there'll be a string that just goes off somewhere. When you're looking at these patterns, there are drops that come from other areas. For instance, an impact on the corner of step number 16 could very well have produced drops that went over to the north wall or the east wall. And I may have picked one of those drops to do, and it sent a string off off in space. That's not uncommon. I don't remember that at this time, but the drops did come to a very sharp 2 points of origin.
I just had a question that flew out of my mind. Don't hand me those. Oh, I know what it was. Why did you choose 42 drops to do this with?
Well, there's no set number for doing this. My number is usually 20. And I achieve a very good result in the past with 20. In this particular occasion, the patterns were large. I was going off of 2 walls, and so I picked 20 on each wall. I don't know why 42. I don't know how that came about, but that was my thinking.
Okay. So you just sort of doubled the number you normally.
Yeah, I was doing 2 walls, so I just doubled it.
Because 42 is the meaning of life and everything.
And did you then choose 20? Well, you didn't have 20 to choose on the west wall.
No, I only had 7 to choose from on the west wall. I chose 4 of them. They were fairly close together, and so I chose them.
Why not do all 7?
I couldn't tell you. I just did the 4 that were there.
Did you make a conscious decision not to do all 7?
I don't remember why I did that. The 4 that were the closest together, I did those.
Well, do you know if you had done all 7, whether that you would have had a flyer in there?
I would have had a flyer in there.
Do you know if you would have had a flyer in there?
No, I don't know that, but I do know in putting the 7 into my results that they gave me a very sharp point of origin.
Everybody got their towels? Whoop, we're blue again.
None of those 4 were flyers, and they came to a very sharp point. So if I had done those 4 and they had gone off into space, the 4 of them, then they would not have been a part of a conclusion for an impact spatter.
All right. If there's a photograph of a circle drop with an X, would that be your way of indicating that you had initially selected the drop and it?
No.
What would that indicate?
I don't know.
Did you ever draw an X through any of the?
Not that I can remember. Can you show me?
Well, probably not on quick notice. I'm just asking you whether you do that.
No, that wouldn't have been something I would do. A circling of drops is something. Now, I do remember in the photographs that there are drops circled with a line through them. Now, and I may have drawn that line. That's not an X.
Oh, I'm sorry. a single line rather than a double line.
Yeah, single line. And I cannot remember, but in looking at the photographs, Eric Campen was assisting me and asking general questions about blood spatter. And while I was in there, I started teaching some principles of points of convergence about where these, in other words, showing how you do those things. And I may have drawn a line down through the middle of the drop just to show points of convergence.
You were doing some instruction while you were working this scene?
In general terms, while I was working, and just, yeah.
And when was Mr. Campen assisting you in the stringing process?
He was, he would come by and see what we were doing while he was doing his work. I don't remember him specifically helping with the stringing, but he would come and ask a question. What are you doing? How do you do that? That kind of thing.
And just so I'm clear, you said you had Dan George holding the strings at some point, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And then when he walked away, did you then re-pull all those strings again?
Yes, I did.
Let me show you Exhibit 136. And just to give you an example, see that X mark right there?
That doesn't really look like an X mark to me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because it changes direction. You know, it's not straight through, but that's not something I would have done.
How about these other lines on here, the lines that are showing up sort of in pencil marks? What's that?
It looks like someone's effort to show the point of convergence, but I wouldn't draw through a crime scene. I can't say that I did that. I would have made maybe a little mark there. Now I'd make circles around drops that I choose, but I can't tell you what that is.
You don't know who did those lines there, or what they meant?
Well, it looks like to me they're showing the directionality of the drop, but I can't remember. I don't remember doing it myself. And
were you there when anyone else did it?
No.
So somebody was doing this without your knowledge? Was it there when you got there?
No.
You sure?
Yes. The walls were clean. I mean, except for blood staining.
Well, was anyone in the stairway with you? This was taken on the 9th.
Yes.
Photos were taken before you got there, weren't they?
Some photographs were taken after I got there because I asked them to take some additional photographs.
Did you ask them to take this one?
I don't remember.
Well, if you had asked them to take them, would you have noticed the lines through it?
I would have. And like I'm saying, I could have done that, but I don't remember it.
Well, for what purpose would you have done it?
I may have been making an explanation to someone because that's not something that was part of my work. I mean, drawing the circles around the drops, I do.
Now, by the way, do you write a number next to each circle that you use?
I do. That way I can make my table and then go back and find it.
And do you ever erase numbers?
Do I erase numbers? Yes.
Why would you do that?
Just to go back and look around it.
Look around it for what?
Look around it for the blood spatters around it. Just looking at the wall again. I may erase some marks and things to just take a look again.
Do you document which ones you've erased and which ones
No,
you haven't?
I don't.
By the way, I think you said that Eric told you that he and another person had tried to look at the blood stain on one of the walls next to the stairwell?
Yes.
What did he tell you about that?
Well, he told me that he and another person, I don't remember the person's name, had come in and started looking at the blood stains. And from what I remember, they told me it was on the area of the north wall next to the door opening.
What had they done?
He just said they'd been looking at them. That's all they told me.
Did you ask them what they had done while they were looking at them?
Yeah, I asked him what they were trying to do, and he said, well, we were looking at them. We were trying to begin an analysis on them, and they couldn't remember how to do the measurements or do the math, and so they just kind of stopped doing it. I mean, he didn't even know enough about what they were trying to do to explain it to me, so I looked at that wall, and I went to the corner.
Now, I think you said that there are times when you've chosen not to do a scene.
There have been times when I've not done a scene.
And what's that based on?
That's based on what the condition of the scene is when I arrive.
Could you be more specific?
Yes. For instance, there's been a lot of times when I've done blood stain pattern analysis, for instance, in a bedroom where some type of action's occurred on the bed and the bed's been moved, the chest of drawers has been moved, the bed's been pulled out looking for bullets or whatever. And at that point, there is no ability to go back and obtain a result from those things, especially using the walls and the other things around there. And so when I go to a scene like that, I tell them that I can't work on that, and they'll have to use the information that they have.
By the way, you said that the general rule is that the smaller the stain, the more force.
The more force, the smaller the stain.
Right.
Yeah.
What are the things that can affect that general rule?
Well, the first thing that you want to realize is if you think that's the only criteria that's used in producing a stain, then a lot of the larger drops that you find in these patterns, you will assume that they came from some other type of force or whatever. That's not true. An impact spatter will produce all size of drops. You're looking at the majority of the drops that you find or whatever. Indeed, something with tremendous amount of force like a shotgun blast can produce quite large stains in a scene. And so you have to be, again, very cautious about how you define these things. And so that's what you look at.
Well, are you familiar with any specific variables that may affect the general rule that the greater the force, the smaller the stain? Are there any general variables that?
No.
By the way, is there any difference in the pattern between cast off from centrifugal force and cast off from inertia?
Inertia.
Stopping, sudden stopping.
Oh, well, only through your experience and the way the pattern looks itself. A circular motion or centrifugal force will produce a pattern, a linear pattern, of course, based on your object that's being done or whatever. In this case, it's my opinion that the one cast off was caused by sudden stop based on the short line along the wall, and also a characteristic thing that occurs at the bottom is that it will cast off a drop.
I think even if I didn't know what I know and I was on that jury, I would not really, I mean, I guess I would have to take some of what he says into consideration, but I wouldn't really trust everything that he says because he uses too many vague words. He's not specific enough about what he's talking about. It's confusing to me as a layperson. Some of the things that he says, he's not specific enough, and he's not explaining things very well. You know, um, the way they're done, the way they do, it's he's just not explaining things well, and it's too vague. And even not knowing If I was on the jury and didn't know that he was full of bull crap, I still wouldn't be fully understanding what he's talking about and how the dynamics of the blood proved anything, because he's just too vague with his answers.
Off the end from inertia that will produce.
He reminds me of Trooper Paul. Physics. What physics? It just did.
Produce another little pattern at the bottom of it, and that's what you have on the molding on step number 13, I think it is.
What other little pattern is that?
It's a little pattern at the bottom that's 2 or 3 drops.
So you're saying that whenever there's a cast off from a sudden movement, there'll be 2 or 3 drops?
There will be sometimes at the end of that pattern.
Sometimes or all the time?
Not all the time.
Most of the time?
It's been my experience that I see it a lot.
All right. And is that then the difference between cast off from going backwards and cast off from stopping?
Cast off from going backwards and...
Yeah, cast off from centrifugal force. I'm trying to get a sense of whether there's any difference in how the drops look.
Well, the drops, I mean, you have to look at the target that it struck also. In this case, you've got a wall on one side and a pattern coming straight down the wall in a very short line. That goes toward that also. And the drops that I have is at the end of it.
I just want to show you a couple of photos, if I could, so maybe you can explain to me what we're talking about in terms of some of these. What's that? By the way, does any other event or action produce a fan shape pattern to your knowledge, other than an impact with an object?
Well, you could produce somewhat a fan shape if you were to put blood on a fan, and you could create an impact with that, but it would actually produce a linear pattern inside of a fan shape.
Yes, sir. My question was whether you know of any other way of creating a fan shape pattern other than an impact with a blunt object on a source of blood.
I can't think of one at the moment.
You have that pen I gave you here? Oh. If you could you pick out one of these pictures, whichever one you want, and show me what you're talking about? These are the pictures that you use, I believe, in talking about the fan pattern. These are exhibits. Yes. Looks like 45, 77, 89, 120, 121, 122, and 123. Can you show me what you mean here when you say fan pattern? If you could just draw the fan so we can see it.
States exhibits.
States exhibits, yeah. But they're not the real exhibits, they're copies.
This close-up is a very good illustration. You see that you're coming out with a fan shape.
Okay. And could you mark that just fan there? I'm sorry, that was marked on exhibit 121.
Basically, you can look at this whole pattern.
What I'd like you to do is just draw around the pattern that you say is a fan shape.
Okay, I was doing that. Okay, the whole pattern.
The whole pattern.
Yeah. You've got some intermixed patterns here. You know, you've got some transfer stains and some other things, but you see the way these points of origin are. So that's here.
Okay. So is it your opinion then that all this spatter then came from that northeast corner?
Well, Again, the patterns are kind of mixed together, but the majority of it did come from up in that corner.
Can you tell me how many different events created the spatter on that north wall?
Not completely.
Well, can you give me an estimate?
Well, I gave two estimates.
Which is what?
2 points of origin.
Is it your estimate then that 2 impacts created all that spatter?
No.
How many impacts do you think created all that spatter?
I don't know.
Let me show you a picture of the east wall, I believe. It's 136. Can you show me on this wall where that fan is?
Yes.
Excuse me, you may have said, what was that? 136. Thank you.
You go through your points of origin, and here's your little drops. But you've got, again, a good fan shape there.
All right. And by the way, I see these 2 lines right here.
Yes.
What is that?
That is where blood has struck the chair, the lift chair. Actually, it has struck the surface or the edge of the lift chair, and it has bounced off of that and struck the wall. As you can see, these are round drops, which indicates that a direction has changed, or it'd be my opinion that a direction has changed, and then some of it's actually run after it's hit. But we, in our testing, actually recreated that.
All right, so it's your opinion that is ricochet off the...
Yes, that would be, I guess, a term for it.
That's the term that blood spatter people use, isn't it?
I don't remember that that's a specific term used.
Right. But in any event, that's what it is in your opinion.
That is what it is in my opinion.
That's not a line where the chairlift was.
The chairlift was there.
Oh, you're saying the chairlift was right there?
The edge of the chair was there, and so the blood hit it and struck the wall right where that line was.
I see. Okay. And what about this one going vertical?
There's an angle in that chair, and I believe that was came off of that.
Can you mark where the chairlift would have been to create that?
Yes.
Just draw that in. Could you label that chairlift there? Thank you. If the west wall was, I believe that's I and J. Is that right? Well, I'm showing you the photos here under I and J. Maybe that'll help you.
Yes. Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Now, can you tell me which are the photos that you say show the cast off on that wall?
This is part of the cast off here.
No, we need to identify for the
I'm sorry.
Exhibit 99.
P99 in the top left-hand corner.
Okay, that's part of the cast off in that upper left corner there.
Yes, and P98 is part of that same cast off.
This I see two
up in the left-hand corner.
That 2 drops up there.
That drop.
The higher drop, or the lower drop.
The higher drop for sure. The lower drop is this drop here.
All right.
Okay, so it is part of that also.
I see.
Okay, and then the impact spatter is in the right-hand corner of P98.
Okay, well, let me just focus on the cast-off spatter first. So the cast-off spatter is in 98 and 99.
That's correct.
Anywhere else?
in
97?
I think
Or is that?
I think that's correct. Let me see.
Yeah, I can take all three of those.
Okay, thank you. I just need to see this one.
It is.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me get another.
That's right.
Make sure I can. Oh yes, I'm sorry. This is the bottom. P97 is the bottom of P99, and it's not visible. There's a shadow there, but that's in better light.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's 97, 98, and 99
That's
is what you're saying is the cast off?
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. And if you could, I'm going to give you copies of those three. Can you circle the cast off on those three?
Sure.
97, 98, 99.
Thank you.
And if you could write cast off on each of those, just so we know what we're looking at. Thank you. When you said earlier that there was something on a riser, are you talking about on this molding here? Or
Is that? Yes, I'm sorry. It would have been this here.
okay, so it's not actually on a riser, it's on the side molding.
Yes, I apologize.
Right.
I may actually have said it's beside the riser. I think that's what I said.
Is there anything in particular that you need to see in terms of a number of blood stains before you can say something's cast off?
Well, you would want to see enough of the drops to be able to say that, to be able to determine the characteristics by drop size and also by linear pattern.
So, I mean, you couldn't do it with just one, obviously.
No, we have a rule: one drop, a pattern does not make, or does not a pattern make.
All right. And just so I'm clear, are you saying that the spots on the west wall in the hallway outside the stairwell
On the header and the, yes,
are those part of the same cast off?
same cast off of what? Oh, the header and that wall?
Yes, sir.
It would be my opinion that that's so, based on their directionality and they are in a line, in my opinion.
Okay. Let's go. Now, in terms of the clothing, can you show me on the shorts where you saw the fan-shaped pattern?
Yes, I can.
Where is that?
This is actually on the inside, I believe.
Well, let me ask you first, did you see any fan-shaped pattern on the outside?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Where did you see a fan-shaped pattern on the outside?
Give me this picture here.
This one right here?
Yes.
Okay, don't draw on these because these are the state's exhibits. But if you could just point out to me where
You still have distribution here of a fan shape in this area.
All right, so what we're talking about, just for the record, is the area in the lower lower
the
left
right
of the right leg.
That's correct. I call it actually kind of the crotch area of the right leg.
Okay, and you see, and that's what you're calling a fan shape.
Yes.
All right.
And then that.
What number is that?
I'm sorry, that's 100-1. I'm sorry.
And 100-3 would be another fan shape. Now, some of these drops have soaked through from the outside, but I'm talking about the inside drops. Again, distribution would give me another fan shape.
Okay, so you're saying that 100-3, the drops there in the lower left portion of the
it would still
right
be
leg.
It would still be the right leg crotch area on the inside of the pants.
And that's what you're calling a fan.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so let's do that. That's fine. Which one first? That's fine. All right, so this is the inside one, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
And what we're talking about here in terms of a fan is well, why don't you come down? May I have him come down and draw it on? Can you come down here for a second?
Sure.
You can actually draw this on here. Could you draw where you see the fan?
Yes.
All right. Can we save that? Okay, and can we go to the, actually, can you just put your initials there? Just label it fan is fine. If you just write fan.
I was actually looking at some of the other drops. I can't remember my measurements. I don't know if these are part of it too, but perhaps. I don't remember.
All right.
How far back.
And
that'll be sufficient.
All right. And then go to that next one, if you could. Right. And could you show us where that fan is?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, that's 100-1. And the other one was 100-3.
Is that enough?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And yeah, did you see fans on the front of Kathleen Peterson's pants?
Yes, I did.
All right, let me get that one. Can you tell me which exhibit here shows that?
That one shows it. Well, I tell you what, we can do it off of this one for all of it if you want.
P208?
Yes.
Okay, let's P208. I figured this one.
Well, this is State's exhibit P208. This would be a fan-shaped pattern on the thigh of
That whole
this whole area.
pattern.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. And
where else do you see a fan shaped pattern? If anywhere.
that's all.
That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
What about on the left leg?
No, there's some spatters on the left leg, but no.
All right. Now, I think you said that, well, let me move on to something different than that. How do you classify the size of the drops out in the hallway area?
I just took a look at them, my observation.
Well, did you write any notes about that?
No, I didn't. I made measurements onto where they came down, took a look at them, and that was it.
Did you do any photos of those with rulers?
No, we did not.
So you don't actually know how large those are?
I have a general idea that they are medium size.
Is that just based on your recollection?
And the pictures. Yeah. I mean, I remember, well, yeah, it'd be based on my memory and using the photographs.
By the way, did you say that on the south door molding, there's 2 separate transfers?
There's 2 separate sets of transfers. And the reason I separated them was there's a space in between where there are no stains.
2 events?
Space. Well, actually, I'm sorry. What you have is you have one on the outside, and then when you go around to the inside, another one starts. 2 events, I couldn't say that.
Okay. So it could be 1 event, just two marks.
Yes.
Have you mentioned yesterday that blood sort of beads up on the hair? Mm-hmm. Does it always do that?
I couldn't say whether it always does or not. It has been my experience that I see the little tiny beads on transfers of hair and scenes commonly. On fibers from other sources, they may leave a linear trail of blood that doesn't have those beads on them or whatever, and then.
Good Lord, we could make a drinking game out of how many times he says my experience. Does he think that's going to get him out of trouble that he puts my experience in front of everything he says?
You'd have to be very careful about that. When I see those tiny beads like that, though, I do. It is my opinion that that's a hair transfer.
And have you any opinion about how blood that's shaken off of hair looks?
Hair cast off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How does it look?
Well, it would be very much what I have described for cast off. They would be, medium-sized droplets, and there would be a linear pattern to them. Even though you've got many hairs, there would still be some linear pattern to it.
So you're saying if someone's head was soaked in blood and they shook their head, there'd be a linear pattern on a wall?
Well, I think I described before that would become somewhat like a fan. I mean, if you have a large object like a fan and you put blood on it, you could create a fan shape with that, but the droplets would still you would still have some linear characteristics of that, and hair will produce the same thing. When you produce that, there would be, even though you've got hair and there would be strands of hair that would be producing these cast-offs, there would be lots of hairs producing cast-offs, and if you were, they would be little tiny objects producing linear patterns with the same general characteristics of a cast-off. That's why it can be put into that category of cast-off. And so it would be characteristic. Yeah, that's something you would be able to see.
And how about expirated blood?
Is that something I'm familiar with? What's the question?
Yeah. What's the pattern that's created by expirated blood?
Well, expirated blood can produce very small droplets, and they can be very similar to an impact spatter. They can produce a pattern that is fan-shaped. It has been my experience, and I have seen that. Expirated blood is something that we take into consideration in every crime scene. It's something that I've been taught, and it's something that I teach my students to be very, very careful of. And there are a lot of ways to be careful with that.
Such as?
Such as the first thing is to consider consider it, which I always do.
Right.
And there are characteristics of expirated blood that are very significant.
Such as?
Usually the blood is mixed with saliva and other secretions. And what we're talking about here is blood that's in the nasal passages, the mouth, the throat, and those areas that some exhalation has caused to create a pattern. So those are very frequently mixed with those and produce a lighter looking stain. And so that's one of the things that you look at. Other times, air is mixed with that blood and it produces a frothy appearance. In other words, there's tiny bubbles in that blood. As a matter of fact, I had a scene here just a few months ago where it was frothy. The other thing.
What happens then in terms of the patterns that are created?
What happens with it, frothy?
When you say frothy, what kind of pattern is created?
Well, you produce the same type of pattern with expirated blood, but it would have the tiny bubbles in it. It would have the mixed secretions in it, so it would be lighter and like that. And then the last and most important thing that you take into consideration are the injuries and where blood can be. And that's why it's so important to communicate with the pathologist and to have them make a specific check for the possibility of expirated blood, which is in this case what I did some 2 days, a day or so after the autopsy, was to call and check on the possibility for that, which was taken into consideration in all the aspects of this scene, including the clothing.
And how was that taken into consideration?
Well, the pathologist told me that there was no mechanism for that, for expirated blood.
What do you mean no mechanism?
There was no blood in the mouth, the throat, the nose, nasal passages. That's what she told me.
Okay. Now, with regard to the experiments that you ran, by the way, which pathologist did you speak with?
Dr. Radish.
Did you take notes about that particular conversation?
No, I did not.
And did she tell you that she had examined the mouth area specifically for blood?
Yes, she did.
And did she tell you that she examined the nose area specifically for blood?
Yes, she did. I pointed out each of the places that I explained what I was concerned about, which is expirated blood. I explained where blood would be to produce that, and I asked her specifically on each point if that had been looked at.
And what she told you was that she found no blood in the nose or the nasal cavity, right?
She told me that there was no mechanism for the production of expirated blood. And I asked her, did that mean that blood could not have been blown out of those orifices? And she said, that is what I mean.
Okay. Did she tell you that there was no blood found in the nose?
I just told you what she told me.
Well, I thought earlier you said that she said that no blood had been found in the nose or the throat or the mouth. So I'm just trying to clarify it.
Did I say that, or did I say I asked her about those places?
Well,
I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
Well,
so I'm just trying to ask you.
What she told me was there's no mechanism for expirated blood.
Okay. Did you ask her whether there was any blood in the nose or the mouth?
Yes, I did.
And did she tell you specifically, I found no blood in the nose?
No, she told me there's no mechanism for the production of blood from the nose or the mouth.
Okay. And you left it at that?
Yes.
By the way, when you have expirated blood and and the froth dries up,
yes,
do you just have a light stain at that point? I'm not.
No, you can see the bubbles. When it dries up, it still leaves an indication of the frothing in the drops.
Now, with regard to these experiments that you did, anything else on the scene that I need to get? By the way, you had mentioned yesterday that you saw some fresh blood on the kitchen counter.
Yes.
Do you have I think you said it was red?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to how long blood would remain that color on a counter?
Yes, I mean, in general terms, over several hours. After a period of time, it starts to grow darker. The reason that I made that observation was that you frequently see blood in the kitchen area.
Right.
And so, I mean, if it's important to me, then it needs to be fresh, not from some meal that was prepared 3 days before. And so I just made that observation.
How many hours does it take to start turning color?
I have no idea specifically, just over a period of time. And it would be based on humidity and temperature and those kinds of things.
Well, you're a serologist, aren't you?
Yes, but serologists don't do study of when blood turns dark.
I see. So based on all the years of experience you have, you don't have an opinion of that?
Not exactly.
Didn't he just say 2 hours? I thought I heard him say 2 hours.
And like I said, over several hours, it will begin to start turning dark.
How many are several?
I couldn't tell you.
By the way, do you have any opinion as to how many impacts there were on either step 16 or step 17?
Do I have an opinion?
Yes, sir.
As an opinion of one on step 16.
Okay.
In step 17, I have no idea because the points of impact have been removed, in my opinion. And there is evidence of forceful impact on that step because of the drops on the molding and the riser, but the numbers I could not tell you.
Well, can you tell from the spatter on the molding and the risers how many impacts there were?
No.
Why not?
Because they're in 90 degrees. I mean, if you have two in succession, that would be two, producing 90-degree droplets. In my experimentation, I spent a lot of the blows that you counted on step number 17 with the purpose of recreating that blood staining on the riser of 16 and the molding of 7 to see if I could tell, and I am not able to tell.
Matter of fact, you couldn't even recreate it with the number of blows you struck, right?
Oh, I recreated it.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah. The on the riser and the molding, yes, absolutely.
And it took you how many blows to do that?
I don't know. Okay. I was doing the number of blows not based on trying to recreate that specific pattern, but looking at those patterns on the step itself and then looking at the riser, those kinds of things.
I see. Well, let me ask you this. Can you tell us whether or not there was more than one impact on step 17?
No, I cannot.
Can you tell us whether the impact on step 17 could have been accidental or not?
Well, I have an opinion on that.
Yes, sir. What's your opinion?
And that would be based on the rest of the scene that it's not an accident.
I see.
But based on blood spatter, I couldn't say that.
Okay. So based on the study of the blood spatter in that area, you couldn't say that that particular impact was not an accident?
No, I could not say that. Well, no. We're not talking about accident here. We're talking about
fall.
A fall, whether you were pushed into that fall or a fall, that's not something I can say. I'm looking at impacts on a surface. And the information provided to me on step 17 does not allow me to make the same observation as the one I make on step 16 because it's been removed. Though they're parts of the same thing I see in 16.
It's so big. What's been removed?
And the one on 16,
what are you talking about?
how do you determine that that was not the result of an accidental fall versus some other kind of impact.
You mean a fall?
Yeah.
Or some impact on the step, actually?
Yeah. Let's distinguish between a fall or an intentional impacting of the head.
Well, the way that we do that in bloodstain pattern analysis is that would be a forceful situation over a less forceful. And we routinely do these experiments to show that more force produces a specific type of pattern. Step number 16 shows those characteristics, in my opinion. The small drops, which indicate force, the spining of the drops themselves across the top of the steps, and also the distance that blood carried from that corner over to the corner with the west wall on that riser would also indicate force in that stairwell.
By the way, I'm sorry.
And so for that purpose, that would be my opinion, that's more forceful. That's a more forceful event than one might expect from a fall.
Because of the size of the spatters.
The size of the spatters, the spining, and the distance that the spatter carried.
Okay. And just when you were talking about amount of force, would mass and weight have an impact, have an effect on the amount of force that would be felt in an impact?
Well, height, yes.
In other words, the heavier something is, the more force pounds per square inch it's going to hit on a particular surface.
Yes.
Now, in these experiments you did you design these experiments yourself?
Yes, I did. I designed these experiments, and then I went over them with others. Mr. Honeycutt was one of those, and other people in the SBI laboratory to give me input on the design of those things.
Anybody outside the SBI laboratory?
No.
And Mr. Rudolph, hold on. We're going to have to go to lunch.
Yes, sir.
At this point, both sides need to try to figure out how much use we're going to make of the jury today, because as I understand it, we're going to have a shorter day because I think you indicated you couldn't stay.
No, I can stay till 3. I just couldn't stay later than 3 today.
No, I understand that. I'm saying past 3. So
yes.
So that when we get back, if there's going to be other evidence, there's going to be arguments, I don't know, because I don't know how you intend to proceed, then we'll need to tell the jury to either remain for some period of time or to come back on another day. So y'all think about that
yes, sir.
At lunch. We'll come back at 12:45.
All stand.
So he's not done with his voir dire, and he can't stay past 3, and then the jury is what?
Exhibit, for the purpose of this hearing of defendants, Exhibit 181, because they've now been altered from the original statement.
All right. What's the likelihood that we're going to use the jury at all today? I mean, it doesn't matter to me, but I'm saying I don't want to keep them here if we're not going to use them.
I think given the way Agent Deaver tends to explain his answers, it's probably unlikely we're going to get much use of the jury today.
All right. Mr. Harden, you have a position?
No, sir.
We want to tell them to come back Monday, 9:30?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Deputy, can you take care of that? Yeah. What? Huh? No, I'm not, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy. You're not bringing them down here. You don't have to bring them down here. Yeah. Right.
I
That's what
would.
I was gonna do. Yeah.
Oh, I would.
Okay, I take it you have further questions. Yes. All right. Mr. Harden, if you can bring your witness back.
Yes, sir.
So you blame this totally on Agent Diva, is that what? Just want to make sure he had a chance to answer you if he wanted.
I accept responsibility for my share.
All right.
Thank you. Agent Deaver, before I move into the experiments that you did, I had a couple of things I.
Okay. It's Easter weekend. This is getting boring. We will pick this up on Monday. You guys have a great Easter weekend. I will see you Monday morning. Bye, y'all. I'm in pain. I'm going to go back to bed. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. Go hunt eggs, play with your grandkids, whatever. Bye.